Record reflect the presence of counsel, the defendant, and the jury. Mr. Barker, you may call your next witness.
State calls Detective Warning.
Do you solemnly swear, under penalty of perjury, the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, it's Lauren Nagele.
And your last name spelled?
It's spelled Nagele.
And you're the case agent, is that right?
Yes.
That means you're the lead detective involving the murder of Sasha Krause, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is it your understanding that you'll be called later in this trial as well about the entire investigation?
Yes.
All right. So for this morning, I just want to talk about a few subjects. As a case agent, you receive certain certified documents, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Let's go through some of those in no particular order. Did you receive certified tower records, that's cell phone site records for AT&T?
Yes.
And that would have been for which area? What are we talking about? What towers?
Well, there were several towers, but they were in the general areas of Farmington, near the Mennonite community that we've been discussing, in the area of the Four Corners, and in the area north of Flagstaff.
All right. And then you received certified phone records for Mark Gooch, cell phone number 715-610-3215. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Also AT&T records, correct?
Yes, they are.
And then what about certified phone records for Sasha Krause, cell phone number 254-205-0873?
Yes.
Is that also an AT&T record?
Yes.
And then did you receive certified documents for a financial record from American Express referencing Mark Gooch?
Yes.
And then finally, a certified Google record for Mark Gooch with an email address of mgooch6666@gmail.com.
Yes, I did.
All right. I'm going to approach Your Honor with permission.
You may.
Thank you. Just want to make sure I have the right numbers here. All right, Detective, just so we can verify the records. I'm going to show you what's been marked first as Exhibit 79. Take a minute to load up. All right, do you see that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Can you identify as the American Express record you received for Mark Gooch?
Yes, it is.
All right. Move to admit Exhibit 79.
Any objection?
Sorry.
No objection? Sorry. 79 is admitted.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Exhibit 80, and I'll, again, Your Honor, if I could approach
Okay.
with these exhibits. identify what Exhibit 80 is?
These are going to be the tower records that I referenced.
All right. Again, these are certified documents you received for AT&T tower records, right?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 80.
Any objection? 80 is admitted.
Let's go to Exhibit 81. I can approach again, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. Again, this is Exhibit 81. Can you identify this?
Yes, this is the location deletion history report for Gooch 6666 at gmail.com.
All right. This was received from Google, is that correct?
Yes.
To admit Exhibit 81.
Any objection? One's admitted.
All right, that should do it for the electronic exhibits. Let's move to Exhibit 183. I could approach, Judge?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Take a look at Exhibit 83 and tell the jury if you can identify, please.
These are the certified phone records from AT&T for the phone number of 715-610-3215, which is Mark Gooch's phone number.
Move to admit 183.
183 is admitted.
Let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 184. Can you identify this?
These are the certified phone records from AT&T for phone number 254-205-0873, which was Sasha Krause's phone number.
All right, move to admit 184.
Sorry, no objection? Sorry, I'm just having trouble hearing. Let me get my, thanks. All right, 184 is admitted.
Thank you. Now, Detective, you also reviewed the cell phone extraction report for Mark Gooch, is that right?
I did.
We heard a little bit about that from Adrian Morales, I believe it was yesterday. There were two photos referenced in that report that were taken on the day of January 18, 2020. You recall that?
I do.
All right. If I could approach again. Showing you what's been marked. It's exhibits 117, 118. You recognize those?
Yes, I do.
All right. Are those the photos that were taken from Mark Gooch's cell phone on January 18, 2020?
Yes.
All right, move to admit 117 and 118.
Any objection?
No objection.
117 and, I'm sorry, strike that. 117 and 118 are admitted.
Thank you. All right, finally, let me show you one other exhibit that's been admitted already. This would be exhibit 149. Now again, we'll talk to you later about the body that was discovered, Sasha Krause's body, but let me first ask you a question about the location. So this was referenced by Detective Luna. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Right. And 149 shows a red marker. What does that red marker indicate?
The red marker indicates the,
Excuse me, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Can the bailiff please dim the lights? Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
that's okay. The red dot on that map represents the location where Sasha Krause was found deceased, and that's marked with GPS coordinates.
All right. So that's an accurate, according to the GPS coordinates that were taken, that would be an accurate depiction of where that body was actually found.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, again, Detective, it's your understanding you will be called later in this trial. We'll ask you a lot more questions than we did this morning. Is that right?
Yes, I will.
All right, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Mr. Griffin,
I have no cross at this time.
does the jury have any questions of this witness right now? As Mr. Barker explained, she will be called later in the trial. Recalled is a better way to say that. She'll be recalled to testify later in the trial. All right. I don't see any indication the jury has any questions at this time. May the witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes, if she could sit back next to me. Thank you.
So you may step down, Detective Nagele. And Mr. Barker, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Seb Dishman.
Do you solemnly swear, under penalty of perjury, the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Morning.
Do you mind having your mask off just while you testify?
I'm vaccinated, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Your Honor, it's no problem.
And I'm happy to tell you, I'm vaccinated. The attorneys are much, I know Dahlia's vaccinated. I think it's okay for me to share that. So, and I wanted to let you know that the bailiff has just sanitized before you took the witness stand. You may proceed when ready, Mr. Barker.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Are you all situated?
I am.
Okay, great. Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Sean Sev Dishman.
All right, you go by Sev?
I do. I go by my middle name.
All right, and where do you work, sir?
I currently work for a company called ZETX. ZETX.
What does ZETX do?
We provide training and testimony and some software for law enforcement and defense attorneys to help out with being able to look at location data for any type of records, cell phones, but additional records as well, and also to be able to look at calling patterns, like who contacted who when. That's primarily what we focus on.
All right. And what is your role at ZETX?
I am the primary instructor for all of our training classes, and I also look at records and help advise agencies and defense attorneys on deeper analysis of what the records mean and what the records are trying to say.
Okay. Let's talk about your education and background. Where did you go to school?
So the vast majority of my education is based in the military realm. I do have 2 degrees. I have an associate's degree in marine science and technology as a young man. That did not apply to my job in any way, shape, or form. And then I also have a bachelor's degree in professional studies and leadership.
All right. And so you said military as well, so talk about your military background.
So I am a retired, for my military career, I am a retired sergeant major. I spent 30 years of service in the United States Army. Just over 20 of those years I spent within the special operations community. I was a Green Beret. I spent just over 12 years on a ODA, Operational Detachment Alpha. In the movies, you hear that referred to as an A-team. That's where I spent a big chunk of my career. On that particular job within special operations, my 2 primary jobs where I had the majority of my education. The military uses letters and numbers to help identify a specific job. That's like a title. So my first one was 18 Echo. So 1-8 and then the letter E. They refer to that as 18 Echo. So on that 18, I was the communications guy. So it was my job to make sure no matter where we were, how austere the environment might be, or in the middle of a city, I had to make sure that our team would be able to make comms, communications. The training for that was a little over a year of in-depth work with radio waves and radio frequency, a lot of radio frequency theory, so that no matter where you were, you would be able to make communications. Think of like a glorified ham radio operator, if you will. I spent many, many years doing that. And then my next job after that was the 18 again. 18 means Special Forces. So the next one was 18 and then the letter F, and they would call that 18 Fox. Now that job was a little different. That one was targeting and intelligence. So all the training was focused on pattern recognitions, whether I'm looking at location data or who talked to who when, some sort of a communications records, or however those, I'm skirting around some sensitive topics, but however that information was gathered, how are they talking, and do we have location data for that? Based off of that, do we have enough information to be able to execute some sort of a mission overseas to, as an example, go after a high-value individual who's an enemy of the United States? So I spent years doing that as well. The last 2.5 years of my career, I was in Fort Bliss, Texas, which is in El Paso. There, I was the operations sergeant major for a unit called JTF Joint Task Force North. And their sole purpose at that unit is to provide Department of Defense, it's joint, so it doesn't, not just the Army, but any service, Department of Defense resources to any law enforcement agency that would request it along a border of the United States. So it had to have a nexus with a border. So Canada, the Caribbean, and the biggest one, that's our southwestern border, arguably our most busiest as far as what we were doing. So I spent about the last 2.5 years, all I did was work with law enforcement all over the United States, providing them these resources to be able to support them in their mission to work law enforcement along the border. And again, that whole pattern analysis piece really kicked in with that to help them out with that, whether it was location data or who talked to who when. And that's how I spent the last part of my military career before I retired.
All right, thank you. And so you retired from the military, now you're doing civilian work with ZedX.
Yes.
And if I understood correctly, primarily you're working to identify cell phone location data and decode that. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's just a matter of understanding everybody, no matter what type of a company, a cell phone company or a social media company or a company that's on the internet, your sports watches, Uber, Lyft, anything that is incorporating location data, they all have these types of records, whether it's a text document or an Excel document, that can be utilized in software for mapping. So it was, I spent a lot of time looking at all these different types of information that's coming in and how to take the raw records and put it into some sort of a mappable format. But regardless if we're talking cell phones or GPS, all of that revolves, and it goes back to that communications job I had. Everything's radio waves, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, your cellular networks. All of that is operating in radio waves. So that background of when I could and could not successfully make comms was all a buildup that naturally led to this job, being able to understand how the radio frequency environment in which we live in, because that's a dominant part of our life now, like how do these devices operate, whether the device is using GPS or using cellular data. Why do we see what we see in the records, and what does it mean? And is it of a value, or is it not a value? Is this bad data? Like, that's what I spent a lot of time doing, and it was just a natural fit when I started working in the private sector in the United States to look at this data.
You talked about, well, we talked a little bit about decoding, and some of this data from cell phones is pretty raw. Would you agree?
Depending on the provider, they're usually either Excel documents or text documents.
So let me show you, Judge, can I publish 183? Excuse me, yes, 183, please. This was previously admitted.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. As an example, I'm going to project
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you say 181?
183.
183. I apologize. 183. Yes, permission to publish is granted.
Thank you. Just before you took the stand, we admitted 183. And can you just describe what we're looking at here? General terms.
Right off the bat, for U.S. phone providers, this really stands out because this is a great example of a text document. This is not Excel. There's only one provider that uses text documents for their records. They don't use Excel, and that's AT&T. So, and of course, obviously, we have AT&T up at the top of the document here. But just looking at the text document, that's what it is. Interestingly enough, though, their text document for a set of phone records, and that's what we're looking at here, is a set of phone records. Even though it's not Excel, it functions like Excel. And if you've ever opened up Excel before, it's got columns and it's got rows. That's how Excel works. This one is no different. The header is right there across the top. And the commas, every little verbiage in there, whether it's talking about the date and time, or originating number, or terminating number, all of those, the verbiage is separated with a comma. That's a column. So instead of having an individual cell, you get this little comma, that's your next column if we were in Excel. And then you have your row numbers. So the very first thing says item. Right where it says item, right below it are a bunch of row numbers. So like Excel, it has columns and rows. You just don't have any tools. So if you've ever used Excel before, there's a lot of analytical tools, filters and pivot tables, and it does a lot of stuff. This is super basic, and the word raw data really applies. So, but because it does have columns and rows, and the commas separate that data, we can parse this out. This can be brought in with some software to map it. And we have lat longs in here, we have date and time stamps, and it can be used. And being that this is a set of phone records, so we would call this a CDR, call detail records. Call detail records for specifically AT&T. These records will account, in most cases, depending on who's using the phone, in most cases, all of their voice calls, all of their SMS, which is just a fancy word for text messages, and then their data connections. So unlike all the other providers, AT&T will put data connections in the same report. They're the only ones that do this. Additionally, with this set of records, we're going to have all of the handoffs for any connection that lasts over a period of time. So to be like a text message. When you send a text message, it's almost instantaneous. Like you hit the send button, and within seconds, the other person already has it, and vice versa. Those connections don't occupy time. But a phone call or a data connection could be 5 minutes, 15 minutes, a half an hour, an hour. Those could be of duration. So the question becomes, what is this handoff that I'm talking about? And a handoff, and you've all experienced this at one time or another. You leave Flagstaff. We get on I-17 and we're heading towards Phoenix. You start a phone call, and let's say you talk for a half an hour as you drive towards Sedona. How many cell sites do you think you would pass in that time frame? Your phone stays connected. It's completely transparent to you, but the first cell site that you started with, that you connected to get your phone call to go through an AT&T network was in Flagstaff. And then as you drive south, the quality of signal for that phone call degrades, and it hands off to the next cell site, completely transparent to you. And as that quality of signal keeps changing, as you go further and further and further away, it just keeps handing off again and again and again. You could drive all the way across Phoenix. You could go all the way from the east side, all the way to the west side. It takes 45 minutes and be on the same phone call or data connection. You just keep changing cell sites again and again and again. That's a handoff. What's unique about these records is AT&T is the only provider that maps all of those handoffs. Verizon only shows you first, and if you're lucky, maybe last. Where did I connect? Where did I disconnect? Well, what if there's 20 handoffs in the middle of that? Because I was driving for an hour on an interstate. You don't see that. This is the only provider that gives us that, which would include data connections, because those can be 20, 30, 40, an hour. Those could be quite long, depending on what you're doing.
Let me, just so we can get a visual, Sev, just to see the scope of this record, so I'll scroll over to the side and then scroll down. This was previously identified as Sasha Krause's cell phone record, and so we can see just pages and pages of text. Is that right?
Yes, all text, and just depending on the user, you're going to have a lot of pages, just depending on how they use their phone. And depending on the user, if you have an old flip phone that doesn't have the capability to do data, well, you wouldn't have any data connections. Or if you don't text, you won't have any text messages.
So let me ask you about that last point, how people use a phone and how that would affect what kind of data you receive. I think we've all had the experience of navigating with like Google Maps or something, and it feels like it's pretty precise. Does that translate into a record like this?
It 100% depends on the user. Now, that was, to be clear, that was the report AU that we were looking at. So AT&T uses the word report, capital R, and then they use a capital AU. And that's what they call that call detail records, the CDR. That's what they title it. In that regards, in reference to like a GPS navigation, has nothing to do with it. It's 100% on the cellular network. It can give you location data, but that location data is based on the location of a cell site that you're hitting. As an example, it could be a tower along the interstate, a cell site tower. Yeah, another report they have is called the report NELOS, and it's an abbreviation, it's an acronym. It's NELOS, and it stands for Network Event Location System. And that is 100% location data. It has nothing to do with phone calls, text messages, or data connections, what is what we just saw. That was those types of connections. This is simply location data. In the case of NELOS, this is AT&T wanting to know where you are in their network. If you get an incoming call, where do I send this phone call? Where are they in our network? And whether this location data is accurate or not dramatically depends on the user. If, as an example, for NELOS, it plugs into 2 different databases to gather this location data. The first one is referred to as assisted GPS or a GPS. Now, back reference to your question, you were talking about a navigation app, iMaps, Google Maps, Waze. There's dozens of navigation apps. Those are directly accessing GPS signals and very accurately plotting where you are. And arguably, most of us have used some sort of a navigation app. I mean, they're very accurate. They can detect your speed. They can alert you about traffic issues, just very accurate data. NELOS cannot directly access or create a GPS hit. It doesn't work like that. So the term they have is assisted GPS. And what this means is that if your phone is doing something that is accessing and utilizing GPS, they'll piggyback off of it. They can't access it directly, but they will piggyback off of it. So as an example, if you are using navigation, Google Maps as an example, that's a GPS hit every second on the second. That's why it's so accurate, because it is just, if you've traveled before using Google Maps for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, it will drain your battery very, very quickly. And in most cases, if you're road tripping, you have to plug that phone in because it will die. It's working hard every second on the second. So if you're an AT&T customer and you're navigating with your AT&T phone utilizing Google Maps as an example, that phone's working hard. It's creating a lot of GPS. Google can piggyback, or excuse me, AT&T NELOS can piggyback off of that data. But it is not creating that GPS. It is using it as an assistant. So it can get very accurate. It can get you in an area without a doubt of where that phone is at, but it's not going to be perfect like Google Maps. It's going to be very, very close proximities, but not perfect.
All right. Let's get into kind of what you reviewed in this case a little bit more, and then I know you prepared a report. We'll talk about that. Were you consulting with the police in this investigation?
I did, yes.
Okay. And did you receive information from cellular sites or towers, as well as data from 2 different cellular phones?
I did. I received some, initially, some cell site dumps. And then after that, I received AT&T records for 2 different cell phones, 2 different devices.
Let's talk about the tower. You called it dumps. What is that exactly?
So law enforcement has the ability to contact a cellular provider, in this case AT&T, and they can give them a location, wherever this location is, an address, it could be a latitude, longitude, it's a location. And they can request from the provider, can you please give me all of the phone activity that was in this area? And the term we use is they're going to dump the cell sites, the information around that area for a given period of time. Now, because of the U.S. Supreme Court Carpenter ruling, that can be seen as intrusive into the Fourth Amendment right. So law enforcement can't just run around and be, hey, give me dumps, give me dumps, give me dumps. It doesn't work like that. Because this could lead to, in the Supreme Court justices' their own words, breadcrumb-like location data, because of that, you have to have a probable cause search warrant. If law enforcement was going to go into your house and search your underwear drawer, they have to have a probable cause search warrant. You have to have the same search warrant for your phone records if those phone records request location data.
Okay. So, excuse me. So with the tower dumps specifically, and we're calling them towers, but these are cell sites, right?
They are, but we could use that term.
Right. Not always a tower, but so with these tower dumps, in this case, can you tell us which towers were being examined?
Sure. So we know that the victim's phone was in the location. Her records clearly show that that device is in the location of where she will be abducted from. Then the device moves to the west. So it's in Farmington, New Mexico, and we see it go back towards the Arizona border. However, right close to that New Mexico-Arizona border, we have a very interesting thing going on in the Four Corners area of the United States. It's really a bit of an anomaly within the U.S. because this is the only area that's this vast that you're going to see this. And it's called the Navajo Nation. We have a huge reservation up there that is, it takes you hours to drive across it. It's massive. It's the largest Native American reservation in the United States. There are no AT&T cell sites. There's no Verizon, there's no T-Mobile, there's nothing. There's only one cell phone company that has cell sites across the entire land that the Navajo Nation tribal government controls, and that's Cellular One. That's it. And if you've never heard of them before, that's because they're a mid-level player. They're not one of the big cell phone companies, but that's who they contracted with for the Navajo Nation. So what we're going to see with Sasha's records is as she travels to the west, right before getting into that section of Arizona, we will see her phone for the last time. It will be hitting two AT&T cell sites in the very bottom southwestern corner of Colorado. So the Four Corner area, we get Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona. The device is traveling westbound. We see it hit those cell sites, and then it disappears. And we'll never see this device again. That location is miles and miles away to the east from Farmington. The reason why that's important is because the distance is vast enough, arguably 45 minutes to an hour drive time to get from one to the other. It's far enough away that the cell sites in the area of where she's abducted in that neighborhood, they don't cover the area around that Four Corners, close to that Arizona-New Mexico border. It's too far away. We have different cell sites that control this area. So the concept is dump the cell sites where she's abducted, dump the cell sites the last place we saw her phone, and then however much time later, they're going to discover the victim's body in Arizona. And distance-wise, we're really getting out there now. It's all the way down just north of Flagstaff. Significant distance. That's the third area. Dump that area as well. So they're going to dump AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, all the cell sites in those three locations. Farmington, close to the Four Corners area, and then all the way down by Flagstaff. The concept here is, do we have, on any provider, to be clear, do we have what we refer to as a common device? And what I mean by that is, after I look at all the unique devices around Farmington, and all the unique devices around the Four Corners area, and then all the unique devices around north of Flagstaff, when we look at those, how many devices do we have for any provider that were in all 3 locations, Farmington, Four Corners, Flagstaff. Specifically, at least for the first 2 locations, around the same time that we see Sasha's phone, our victim, in Farmington, Four Corners area. We'll never see her phone in Flagstaff, but we can easily articulate how long would it take to drive from here down to here. Do we see across any provider a device that we also see in those same locations where we see the victim's phone? And that's the records that I was provided.
Okay, so if I could maybe simplify it just from my simple brain, we're talking about towers from the abduction site, which we've identified in previous testimony as around Farmington, then out to the Four Corners area, and then north of Flagstaff. Is that right?
That is correct for all the major providers.
And you were looking to see, because we know Sasha's phone is hitting off towers at Farmington, a cell site in Four Corners area. That's the last time you see her. Don't see anything with her cell phone where her body is later found, right?
No.
So you're looking to see, is there a unique device with all 3 of those areas?
And also in relation to time.
Right, in that specific time period, and what do we call it? Let's say 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. on the 19th of January. Is that fair?
That would account for enough time to travel all the way down to north of Flagstaff.
All right, so I should be more specific. 4 p.m. on January 18, 2020 to 4 a.m., or excuse me, 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. on January 19, 2020.
That would be enough time to account for travel, yes.
Okay. And through those 3 areas that we just talked about, in that time frame, how many devices were hitting off those towers at that time?
For all 3 locations?
3.
On Verizon and T-Mobile, none. And for AT&T, there's only 1 device that hits all 3 of those locations and corresponds with those time periods. In the same location in Farmington, when Sasha's phone's there, in the same location of the Four Corners within minutes of when her phone's there again, and it's the last time we see it, and then north of Flagstaff within enough time period to allow for travel. There's only 1.
And do you know what the phone number is for that unique cell device?
The way I refer to it is the device ending in 3215. It's the last 4 of that phone number.
Just may publish 184.
Yes, you may.
I'm sorry, 183. I think I made a mistake earlier. I was previously showing 184. I'm going to be showing 183 now.
Okay. Permission to publish is granted.
Thank you.
183.
183.
Showing now 183.
Thank you. Steph, this was previously identified as the phone records for Mark Gooch, and is that the number that you're referring to, the unique device that hit all those 3 areas?
715-610-3215, utilizing the AT&T network, yes.
Right, and just to give the jury an idea, here's the data scrolling through, and this was the CDR report, right?
Yes, this is the report AU, which is what they refer to as a CDR, call detail records, and it has all 3 types of connections: voice, SMS, text messages, and data connections.
All right, let me go to the other report on that same, excuse me, on that same exhibit. You referred to Nilos. Is that what we're seeing here?
That is correct. And we see the phone number again, 3215, and this is Nilos data. And what you'll notice is that, again, it works just like Excel, columns and rows. But there's no phone calling another phone. These are not communication connections, strictly location data. As you can tell, the very last, what they refer to as the column, it's location accuracy, and we have it's nothing but numbers there, and you see 25, 50 meters, 1,500 meters. These things are all, depending on the user, these could be very low, 25 meters, but they could be very high. up in the tens of thousands of meters, just depending on how the user uses their phone.
All right. So let's talk about what analysis you did in this case with regard to those two phone numbers. We talked about Sasha Krause's phone number and her data. Did you also examine the data for the defendant, the one we just referenced?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to decode that data and then map it in a way that we could visualize it?
Our software program did take all those records and produce what is known as a KML. It stands for Key Mark Language. And the relevance of that is that that is the file extension used for Google Earth. So we take all of that raw data that we see in those text documents, and the software turns it into a KML file. And if you double click on that to open it up, it would automatically, as long as you had Google Earth on your computer, it's going to open up within Google Earth. And it will take that raw data and we can now map it.
All right. And so you were able to do that in this case, is that right?
That is correct.
And did you also prepare a report outlining the data that we talked about with Sasha Krause as well as the data for the defendant, his device?
I do. I have the original KML with both phones in it, as well as a PowerPoint product that kind of goes into a little bit of a deeper analysis of what the KML file, the Google Earth file, was able to show.
Right. So for reference, 168 is the report that you authored. That's Exhibit 168. 169 is the KML file. So those are two separate things. We'll refer to those during your testimony. Is your laptop prepared to present?
I am.
Okay. We need to plug in to the projector. Judge, may we
I'm not sure if you
publish
need to use this
169 for it's a demonstrative exhibit?
So you're not asking to admit it, just to,
Not at this time.
so just asking to utilize it as a demonstrative exhibit. You're
That's right.
just confirming that. I know that's repeats what you just said. Record to be clear, Mr. Griffin.
Gooch, whenever.
may proceed.
Okay, thank you. So let me just back up a little bit and just make sure everyone understands what we're about to show here. You created a report, and it was based on your analysis of the defendant's cell phone record, which we've been referring to, including his NELOS data, correct?
Correct.
Also, Sasha Krause's cell phone information.
Correct.
That's also an AT&T record that we've shown. And then you were also given information regarding some photos that were taken from the defendant's cell phone device. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Also some financial information from American Express
Yes.
and a receipt from a McDonald's in Kayenta. Is that right?
Yes.
And all that information you put together into a PowerPoint to be able to show to the jury today.
Yes, there was also some data from driving through the security checkpoints at Luke Air Force Base.
That's right. We've had some testimony on that D-bids is what was referred to yesterday. All right. Do you have that prepared?
I do. I have both that KML and that PowerPoint ready to go.
Okay. And for the record, this is going to be Exhibit 1. $168 is the report, and I'll move to admit it at this time.
That's noted.
The 168's admitted.
And then you refer to Kml Files, Sev. Again, these are the files that you use with Google Earth to be able to map the data. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you'll be referring to those as well during your testimony. Is that right?
Yes, so the PowerPoint, you're going to see, I refer to them as video vignettes. So you're seeing an animation within Google Earth, and then there's also still shots with data, dates and times, what type of a connection was it. You'll see that as well. All of that is being produced in Google Earth. It's just captured in the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint doesn't give you the ability to like measure distances as an example. So I have both depending on what questions are asked.
All right. And the KML, for the record, is identified as 169. Not moving to admit that. Is that admitted? I'm sorry. 168 was admitted.
Yes, it was. You may.
Sure. So this guide will give you an understanding of when you see this location data on the map, well, what does it mean? So we kind of got to address this here a little bit. So in the case of the phone ending in 3215, we'll be using the color red to show that on the map. It looks like a little red lollipop, but that is what the icon that we will use to show the location of a cell site or that cell tower, depending on where it is. Anything in blue will be our victim's phone, Sasha's, ending in 0873. So again, the icon will look the same. Those are cell sites. Depending on the color, which device are we seeing? The next thing that we're going to get in there is an estimated handoff coverage area. And it's going to have this very strange shape to it. And I'm going to talk about that shape and what does it mean. But understand that that too will be color coordinated. So if I'm addressing a location of where a phone could be for a voice call, as an example, or a text message, or a data connection, if it's in reference to the phone ending in 3215, it'll be red. And if we're talking about the device ending in 0873, our victim, it'll be blue. Now, as far as that shape goes, it is a very unusual shape. We call this the horizontal plane, or for short, the H plane. And I've heard people refer to it as the blob or the amoeba, because it just has this really weird shape to it. What you're seeing here is radio waves in action. And the word they like to use is this is how they propagate. So the little black dot that you're seeing on there, that is the location of the antenna on top of like a tower for a cell site. That's where it's physically located, the antenna. Over 90%, well over 90% of all cell sites, whether they're on the side of a building, a water tower, a normal tower like we see on the interstate, all those antennas, over 90% of them are directionally based. And what it means is that antenna is facing a specific azimuth, a degree. That antenna is focused, and that would be the line being drawn off the black circle. That antenna may be faced 10 degrees or 20 degrees or 120 or 240, wherever the phone company has determined that their electrical engineers that have a specialty in radio theory, radio wave theory, RF theory, that antenna needs to point over there to support that populace, that neighborhood, that interstate, wherever this thing is located. So that's what we're going to see, because most of these cell sites, all the ones that we're going to see here, are going to be directionally based. And they call that a sector, like it's pointing towards a specific region. Through something called an anechoic chamber, which is just a very fancy name for a room inside a lab. If I want to go into the business to build antennas to put on a cell phone tower. I want Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T to buy my antenna. Well, they're going to demand to know, how is this thing going to perform? I'm not just going to buy that cold. You have to show me how this antenna performs before I'm going to put it on one of my towers. So I take my antenna, I put it in a room, in a lab, called an anechoic chamber. And I put it on one end of the room. I put a receiver that measures radio waves and can map them on the other end of the room. And I spin this thing around 360 degrees, both horizontally and vertically. And I map what the radio wave looks like when it propagates out of that antenna. And it's directionally based. So what we're seeing here, this weird shape, the cell site is located right here. And whatever this azimuth is, let's say it's due north, so it's going to face 0 degrees, straight due north. If I hit transmit on that cell site and it starts to transmit its signal due north at 0 degrees, the best quality signal is going to be along that azimuth line. As I get further away from that azimuth line, the signal starts to weaken. We get into side lobes and rear lobes. It is possible to be behind that antenna and still connect to it. And that's what these rear lobes are accounting for. Because since we can map those radio waves, this is the weird shape that they transmit at. This is your best quality signal out here. But you still have these side and rear lobes that you do have to account for. And we know that that's the shape because they scientifically mapped it in this anechoic chamber. And if it gets the results that they want, they're going to publish it in their data sheets for that particular antenna, and they blast it out to everybody. Hey, Verizon, here's the latest thing we just produced. T-Mobile, AT&T, look how good this performed. You need to buy our antenna. Well, what we've done is we've gotten the shapes of several of the largest, the most popular antenna manufacturers out there, and when you overlay them, that's the shape we're using. It's accounting for side lobes. It's accounting for rear lobes. And we are going to estimate that handoff range that I explained earlier. So not the coverage area, the handoff area. And this comes back to a very important thing to understand about your cell phone. It may not connect to the closest cell site. It may not connect to the most powerful cell site. It's going to connect to the best quality signal. What cell site, what sector, what antenna is giving us the best quality signal? How close it is could be a factor. How strong the power is, the wattage coming off of that cell site could be a factor, but it's going to connect to the best quality signal. So as an example, when we do the analogy about driving, I connect in the west side of Phoenix, and I'm going to drive all the way over to the east side of Phoenix, and I'm on a phone call the entire time. I could have 20, 25 handoffs. Every time we get a handoff where my phone call is transferred from one cell site to another, or a different sector, a different azimuth on the same cell site, what's happening is the quality of signal changed. The network, your phone's monitoring the network. It's talking to the network all the time. You connected to this sector on this cell site because it was the best quality signal. And then as you traveled, your phone said, uh-oh, that one's degrading. I can see this one too. It's starting to come up. And as soon as that quality of signal just barely changes by a decibel, that phone's going to jump. Now I'm on this cell site because that's the best quality signal. And your phone is constantly monitoring the network for best quality signal, even when you're not on it. It's constantly monitoring that network for that best quality signal. This is how we're going to represent where that device is at.
Seb, can I ask a dumb question?
Sure.
If I'm in that area, that H plane, on my cell phone, is it going to connect to that tower then? Or is that where you're saying it could connect to a different tower?
Well, during a particular period at time, down arguably to the second, that is the cell site and sector your phone connected to because that's what's in the records. So we're marking that, looking at that raw data in the records, that's where we're getting that information. The records give us the lat long, the location of the cell site, where the little black dot, where the little lollipop will be. The records also tell us it's on a specific azimuth. So we get the location of the cell site, and then it tells us, oh, your azimuth line needs to be on 10 degrees or 40 degrees or 80 degrees, whatever the records say. So that's how we can articulate that and show it on the map.
That's how you can get a little more accurate. So if I'm outside of that H plane, outside the dotted lines, am I connecting with that tower at all?
Yes, potentially, because at the end of the day, this is an estimate. This is like a best quality estimate of where you are in that footprint, that horizontal footprint. As an example, best case scenario. You've all experienced this. You're traveling on a straight road, but the road's going through terrain that has dips, and then it comes back up, and then it has dips, and then it comes back up. If you've ever been on a voice call, you come up to the top of the hill, everything's working, sounds great. When you go back down to the bottom of that hill and you have a hill behind you and in front of you and you're in a low spot, maybe it even drops the call, or it's just you can't hear each other very well. You come back up and you're good to go. That effect is called shadowing, and it is the #1 thing in the environment that will degrade your signal. Shadowing. Think of radio waves like light waves. If I took off that antenna and instead of shooting out radio waves, I put a big searchlight in place. So light and radio waves are very, very closely related. If the light would have a shadow because there's a mountain, a big building, your radio waves would have a shadow on the other side. So as an example, even though the azimuth line is your best quality signal, if I put a 20-story concrete building between that cell site and you right here, and I put that building right here, or I put a mountain, you may not have any connection to this. This is arguably best case scenario. This is the lab result of a perfect environment in that anechoic chamber. Think lab. But in reality, everything gets a vote in the environment. Rainstorms, snow, temperature, these buildings, trees will absorb radio waves sometimes. Just depends. So all those little factors will play in. So this is an estimate. However, due to the amount of time we've been doing this and doing millions of drive test scans so we know how these networks function, this estimate is well within over 90% accurate for the location of where that cell site or that cell phone is located.
All right, thank you. Can you show what that looks like with terrain? Oh, there you go.
Sure. So this isn't NELOS, to be clear. This is what For AT&T, this is what a phone call could look like, or a text message, or a data connection. And what we're seeing here, and this one does have handoffs. So what we're seeing here is the phone can connect to a cell site located here. There's a physical location of the cell site. As an example, there's Farmington, New Mexico. The little blue lines here, there's your four corners. So Utah up to the northwest. Right here we have Colorado. In this area right here, there's Arizona, and here's New Mexico. Now, along that Arizona-New Mexico border, west of Farmington, it is very rural, and there's not a whole lot out there. So the density of cell sites, like how many cell sites are around me, is very, very thin. This is vastly different than, say, the middle of Phoenix. You are completely surrounded very, very closely by cell sites everywhere in heavy urban area. This is rural. So these H-planes are going to be big. We're covering these cell sites up here that's the northwestern corner of Colorado. These cell sites will cover all the way down to Highway 160, which goes from New Mexico into Arizona. The direct line, we're talking 30 plus miles. So this is what happens in rural areas. If you were traveling with continuous H-planes from the east all the way across the west, we would just get H-plane, 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 H-plane. If it was kept handing off during a voice call or a text message. Very large breadcrumbs. These things are going to cover miles across. But this is how we can map the physical area of where you were. Now, granted, this is very rural, so this area is covering miles across here. But in the records, you connected this cell site, you were on this azimuth, which means you were on that sector for that particular contact. In Google Earth, there's a bar up in the upper left-hand corner that they refer to as the timeline slider bar. And this is what we can use to control where we are in any given set of records, whether it's a set of Google data or Facebook location data or your phone records. We can control where we are and what we're seeing on the map, or how much data. Am I looking at 2 minutes worth of data or 7 hours? So we can adjust that with the timeline slider bar. I refer to them as the lollipops because it's very easy to understand. But the cell site icon, it looks like a little stick with the color representing a specific device. That is what we're going to use for the physical location of where that tower is, or the location of that cell site. Sometimes you may see the same number and the word last. All that means is that was the last connection for a long voice call or a data connection. The numbers themselves, these random numbers that we see on the screen, 1048, 1049, 1045, those numbers represent the row numbers in the raw data. So if I had a question about this H-plane right here, and I'm looking at two different row numbers, I can go to the raw data for this particular report. I know I go down to row number 1048, 1049, and there I can see the raw data for that created this image for these records.
So just to clarify, that raw data you're talking about, we presented 183 a moment ago, showed all that text, and it had those rows. Is that what you're referring to?
That is correct. This is basically the visualization of that raw data and putting it on a map.
And you could correspond that that number with the particular row in that data, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
The shaded area represents that estimated handoff location of where the device is at. If I took this device and we looked at it down in Phoenix, that H-plane is going to be noticeably smaller. It may only be a quarter mile across or a half a mile, much, much smaller. Because remember, best quality signal. We are seeing the network in action. That is registering the best quality signal. A place like Phoenix or downtown Flagstaff, that's a competitive environment. There's a fight amongst these cell sites for AT&T or for Verizon, whatever provider you're on, to see who's going to be that best quality signal. And that's a dense area, lots of cell sites. It's very competitive for the best quality signal. So if you're moving around, we see a lot of handoffs. This is not a competitive environment. There's not that many cell sites out here. And what's interesting, because of that area we're at, we're about to drive into, if you're traveling to the west, you're about to go into the Navajo Nation's right over here, and it goes down for miles. We're about to lose connection to all AT&T cell sites. There's none down there. So this is the edge area before AT&T is about to stop with cell sites. If you were traveling to the southwest, you're not going to see another AT&T cell site till you get closer to Flagstaff, which is some hours of driving. As an example, this would be an H-plane for the device in the shaded area, red for the device ending in 32115. At the time for that particular incident, because we have the timeline slide bar, was 2054. That would be 8:54 p.m. As an example, on the evening of January 18th, 2020. We can also see the victim's phone, and the color will clearly change. So now, instead of red, it's blue. We get the 6703 number again, which is the raw. If we went to Sasha's records and we went down to row 6703, there's the raw data that tells us, oh, this is on a cell site located up in southwestern Colorado. There's the azimuth, the direction, and it's pointed down towards Highway 160. And if we see the last, we're seeing first and the last time that it was on that particular cell site. Again, there's the estimated handoff area, and in this case, because it's blue, that's representing Sasha's device 0873. And we know that this one occurred at 2053, 8:53 p.m. on that same date, January 18th, 2020. When multiple colors are seen at the same time, it represents that activity during that time period. And we'll talk about like how much time are we looking at here? Is this a few minutes? Is it an hour or two? Like how much activity is on there? But this is how they can interact together when we get multiple records on the map at the same time. So as an example, around this time period, on the January 18th, we're seeing both devices. We have Sasha's device in blue, we have the 3215 in red, but also we've got some dots right here, really small dots right around Highway 60. Those are not phone calls, those are not text messages, those are not data connections. That's the NELOS location data. And that's going to be a little bit different. So when we talk about this data, you're going to get the raw records give us that lat long, latitude, longitude. And that is just like GPS, that's what GPS uses. This is going to work a little bit differently though. This isn't, like I said before, assisted GPS, meaning that your phone has to actively be doing something to be using GPS in order for NELOS to take advantage of it. Whatever that app is, the more GPS is being utilized, the more accurate this data can get. Additionally, not only will you get the dot for the lat long, but you will also get a radius. And AT&T is going to throw numbers in here, 25 meters, 50 meters. Arguably, the biggest you can ever see is 35,000 meters of a radius, which is a significantly large area. And this is AT&T's version of this. You have to be careful when analyzing this data because there's more than one database giving us this information. There's two. I've already talked about the first one, that assisted GPS. Well, what happens if the other database is starting to kick in? And the other database is called timing. You all actually have either heard of or learned in school some of the principles behind timing. But timing is literally like a guy standing somewhere with a stopwatch. And we are going to time a round trip. How long does it take for something to go from point A to point B and back? What is that time? That's called timing. In the case of sonar, like with a bat or with a submarine, they emit a sound, it goes out, it reflects off of something, it comes back, and a bat or the sonar guy on a submarine internally are running some sort of a stopwatch. And they're like, oh, that took this much time, that cave wall, that other submarine's this far away. The longer it takes to get that signal back, the further away the object is. The quicker that happens, the closer the object is. AT&T can do this. They have timing. But this isn't sound waves. Sound waves are actually pretty slow. Remember, radio waves are like light. How fast does light travel? That's fast. That's how fast radio waves travel. So we're talking nanoseconds. They've got this down to nanoseconds. Your phone sends a signal out, not a voice call, not a text message, not a data connection. Your phone's doing this constantly because Verizon and T-Mobile also use timing. Your phone sends a signal out to the cell site with the best quality signal. It hits that cell site on that sector that you're communicating to, best quality signal, and it comes back to your phone. And a little stopwatch in nanoseconds is timing how long does that round trip take. The longer it takes, the further away from the cell site you are. The quicker it takes, the closer to the cell site you are. But here's the issue. AT&T, Verizon and T-Mobile, especially Verizon, have their timing down to just absolute precision. When they say you're on this cell site, on this sector, on that azimuth, and you're 1.3 miles away from the cell site, 1.3 miles, very accurate. But those other providers don't use assisted GPS. AT&T does. They lean heavily on that. So their timing, they don't have it dialed up very well. So there's times, especially when you get into a location where the AT&T network is thin, and we're, in this case, like going the Four Corners area, it's about to disappear. That timing is going to get a little sketchy. But if a device is actively using GPS, that NELOS is going to be really dialed in because it has assisted GPS. But we can't forget that that timing is still doing its thing, but it's going to be sketchy. And there's going to be some hits based off of timing that are going to be inaccurate. There's going to be some. There always are. We refer to those as flyers, and we can see them. They're obvious in the records. But when the records in totality clearly show, because of assisted GPS, the location of where a device is, we can explain the inaccuracies, especially if you're in an area where that AT&T network may not be working all that great for timing because of the remoteness, the lack of AT&T cell sites in the area. So that's NELOS, strictly location data. Technically, if your phone was actively had an app running in the background, IM Messenger on Facebook runs in the background if you leave it on. You could plug your phone in at night, put it on your nightstand next to your bed, no incoming or outgoing activity at all, none. No voice calls, no text messages, no data connections, but still get NELOS location data for that device.
So I think we're almost out of break, but let me ask you a couple questions before we break. Regarding the navigation app, so if, in this case, we already referenced, we have Sasha's cell phone information, we have the defendant's cell phone information. If the defendant had been using Google Maps, for instance, would that have made the NELOS more accurate?
It absolutely will. Any app that is actively plugging into GPS signals from those satellites, the more we get navigation, as an example, every second on the second, is really going to help that NELOS get really, really dialed in. If the phone isn't actively using GPS, that NELOS can be very sparse.
Judge, I know there's quite a bit of more to talk about. I don't know if you wanted to take a break now.
I think it'd be a good time to take a break, because we've been going almost an hour and a half, not quite, just a few minutes shy of that. So we will take our morning recess of 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please remember the admonition. Do not talk to anyone about the case. Do not let anyone talk to you about the case. That, of course, includes each other. Please keep an open mind about the case. Please do not form any opinions about the case. And we'll stand in recess 15 minutes. Please be seated. Council, anything further before we take our recess? All right, stand in recess, 15 minutes. You can step down if you wish. Yes, and that they can tell you if they haven't shown you where one is. They can let, Mr. Barker could let you know, or maybe Ms. Schaller where the restrooms are. Do you mind? Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Thank you, Michelle. All right. Okay, then. The record reflect the presence of counsel, the defendant, and the jury. Mr. Barker, you may proceed.
Thank you. Seb, before the break, I was asking you about the accuracy of NELOS and what could make it more accurate. How many NELOS records have you reviewed yourself?
So the ZX system itself has mapped over 90 million. I personally, in the last couple of years, have reviewed well over 100 different NELOS reports. I'd be pressed to even give you an exact number. It's a lot. I look at it pretty much on a weekly basis. And in that process, we're talking tens of thousands, for myself personally, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of individual NELOS hits. As an example, this one for the device ending in 3215 for the records that I received is over 7,000 NELOS hits in that set of records for just one case. So tens to hundreds of thousands of individual hits, well over 100 different cases.
And we talked about that, that number ending in 3215, previously identified as the defendant's cell phone number. How does that stack up? The NELOS records for that number stack up to these other cases you've reviewed?
So for the NELOS individual records that I've seen over that time period, I can only...
Relevance?
Want me to respond?
With a very brief response.
Talking about,
Oh, you know, no speaking objections.
Of course.
Yes, I am looking for a response if you have one.
I have one. We're talking about the accuracy of these particular records according to his experience.
The objection's overruled.
So in my experience of looking at NELOS records, would rank as the second best that I've ever seen. There was a case in Colorado that I've seen those records as well, and the NELOS was, that phone was also actively using a lot of GPS, and they were a little bit tighter, a little bit better. So out of all the over 100 cases I've looked at, I would call this second best.
Thank you. Let's go back to the screen again, the guide, if you will. We just left off at this screen. Talk about what we're looking at here.
It's just an example. You've seen now what that H-plane will look like on the map for voice calls, text messages, and data connections in relevance to AT&T records. This will look different. There'll be circles. There'll be the size of the circle, that outer diameter, if you will be based on what AT&T is tracking as what they're calling location accuracy. In this case, that's what it would visually look like on a map if it was 25 meters. But these things can range anywhere from 25 all the way up to 25 meters, all the way up to 35,000 meters. So they can get quite large. But that's a visualization of what they could look like if put on the map with the varying degrees of size. The great thing about Google Earth is that easily down to within centimeters and meters, we can measure distance. So if the records say, in this case, hey, the outer circle is at 25 meters, that if we measure that, that's going to be at 25 meters from that given Latin law.
Can I ask you about that, Seb, before we
Sure.
move on? Does that mean that the individual with the device was in that red circle area?
Maybe. Sometimes yes, and in other times no. The relevance of whether it says 25, 50, 100 meters, 75 meters versus 10,000, 15,000, 25,000 meters is in a set of records. When I consistently see 25, 25, 25, 25, 50, 25, 25, you have to actively be using a lot of GPS on that device. That's the only time that they get dialed into that accuracy. But to be clear, they are piggybacking off of that GPS signal. They're not the app actually creating it. So they're going to be close. They'll be in a general vicinity, but they may not follow that route perfectly like your little blue dot does in Google Maps. But it'll be along that route for sure, but only if the phone is actively engaged, pulling a lot of GPS, whatever app that might be.
Is that why it's important to look at the totality of these red dots, for instance, so it will show a picture, in other words?
It's absolutely critical. NELOS, you're going to see it, depending on the individual's records, is going to run the gambit. That pendulum has a wide swing. And with some people, as an example, what if you turned your location services off on your phone? That is an option. You can do that. As an example, with an Android phone, if you turned your location services off, you cannot utilize Google Maps because Google Maps has to have access to GPS. And when you kill the location services, your phone cannot utilize GPS. There's only one thing that will override that, and that's a 911 call. That's it. It's the only exception. So if somebody did that, as an example, turned off location services, now we have to go to the other database in AT&T, which is timing, and they don't have that dialed up. So all of a sudden now, very few NELOS hits, 15,000, 20,000, 25,000. Like, it looks completely different as far as what it looks like when your device is really using a lot of GPS.
Now, in this case, when you're mapping the defendant's number, did you put a limit on how wide that range can be? You're talking about the radius. Did you put a limit on that?
I did. So in this particular PowerPoint, I limited 200 meters or better. I want to focus on the stuff that we know can be accurate. So for the PowerPoint, when you see a video vignette, we're focused on NELOS hits that are 200 meters or better. To be clear though, the KML, I can show all NELOS hits, regardless if they're bigger than 200 meters or not. So we have the capability to look at all of the NELOS.
All right. Let's go to the next slide and tell us what we're looking at.
So this is the last slide in the explanation guide, and this references the raw data that we will see in this PowerPoint. So both devices are on AT&T. So the file names will be duplicates except for those numbers. So as an example, CDRs, these are actually the phone records themselves. There's 2 report AUs, 1 for each phone. In the file name, what makes them different is the number after the AU underscore. Those are the AT&T case numbers that were assigned to the search warrant that was written by law enforcement. Additionally, I have 2 NELOS reports, 1 for each phone, and you'll see how the AT&T case numbers match, depending on if we're talking about the device ending in 3215 or 0873.
Now, just broad strokes of the NELOS records for the one ending in 3215 identified as a defendant's cell phone, better or worse than the NELOS records for Sasha's cell phone?
Significantly better, but vastly more accurate. That pendulum, our victim's phone is on the other end of that pendulum. The NELOS data is just not good at all.
And would that
It's fair, but it's not good.
Sorry to talk over you there. Would that have something to do with the way she was using her phone or what type of phone she had even?
100%. Like, for whatever reason, to be clear, her phone is capable of data. We're going to see data connections. The reason that's relevant is because if you were using an app of some kind that's going to, navigation, as an example, is going to utilize GPS, the phone has to have data. It can't be such an old phone that it can only do voice and text. It has to have the capability for data. We are going to see in her report AU, the CDR, data connections. So for sure, that phone can do data. But the NELOS report is just sparse at best.
All right. Let's go to the maps. Why don't you explain the timeline there?
Okay. So to orient everybody, we're looking at that Arizona, New Mexico region. And we're starting on the 18th of January. We're zooming into the Phoenix area. And we're going to continue to zoom in to the western edge of Phoenix, down close to Luke Air Force Base. And initially, for a while, we're only going to be looking at NELOS data. So there is Luke Air Force Base, kind of the edge of it, and we're getting 2 different NELOS hits here. Now, the first one on the left, so there's a grouping of NELOS hits right here in this area on the left. The time The last time we see the device in that vicinity is at 8:39 a.m. the morning of the 18th, January 2020. By 9:04, the device has moved to the east and is located over here. Directly to the south of that is the gate. This is still on Luke Air Force Base. If I drive directly to the south, there's the Kachina gate, that's what they name it, to exit Luke Air Force Base. And you have Glendale Avenue that is open to the public down here to the south. So at 9:04 a.m. is one of the first activities that we see this device beginning to leave Luke Air Force Base. 9:04 a.m. on the morning of January 18th, 2020.
So let me ask you a couple questions about the tracks labels there and the information below. So we have the target number, and that's the red dot, represented by the red dot, right?
That's correct.
And then below that is the location accuracy, and you were talking about that earlier. That's the radius that you were referring to, correct?
Yeah, in this case, the ones where we're pulling the time off did have a location accuracy assigned by AT&T at 25 meters.
And again, that's not to say that the device is within that radius, but it's assigning a kind of a value to the accuracy. Is that right?
Correct. All I'm applying to this is that device is in this vicinity during these time frames, and if it stopped moving, that stagnant activity, it depends on the chattiness, is the word I would use, of this location data. And by chattiness, if I was only getting one of these every 30 minutes, that's not very chatty. But if the time between hits is seconds or just a couple of minutes, and I just continuously keep getting these NELOS hits, that's chatty. When you give me chatty location data, regardless of what it is, I can start to articulate very well with mapping when the device is stagnant. It's not, it moved into an area and now it's settled down. It's either moving very, very little or it's not moving at all. It's stagnant activity. Versus when we see movement, it's going to be very obvious when this device is clearly moving on a given route.
Does the chattiness increase, or is it shown by if the person's using like a GPS navigation app?
Any app that is actively using GPS, the more it's using GPS, Google Maps as an example, that chattiness in NELOS is going to dramatically increase because there's a lot there for it to piggyback off of.
All right, so the more red dots we're seeing, the more chatty. Is that fair?
That is a fair statement.
Okay. All right, and then just below the accuracy, there is a latitude, longitude. You've referred to that, so that's the actual coordinate we're referring to.
Yep.
And then the time zone, just reference that for us.
So with AT&T, they put all of their records in what is referred to as UTC time. That's Greenwich time over in England, where all time zones originate from. In the state of Arizona, we don't do daylight savings time. Neither does UTC. So Arizona is always consistently 7 hours behind UTC. And under time zones there, the original records, as an example, that 09:04 a.m. hit, the original records were 16:04. We subtract 7 hours to make up UTC back to Arizona time. So locally, that time was 9:04.
We heard some testimony yesterday from folks that worked at the Luke Air Force Base, and they similarly use the UTC time. They refer to it as Zulu time. Is that the same thing?
That's the military equivalent to UTC time.
All right. Anything else we should look at on this page?
It just, the significance of this is that at 9:04, we see clear movement of the beginning of what's going to be a route that this device is going to travel.
All right. Let's go to the next slide and tell us what we're looking at.
So as the device departs Luke Air Force Base, we're going to see clear travel to the north. It will travel through the Peoria-Phoenix area and then north on I-17. We're going to get to a specific spot on I-17, and we're going to zoom in right here. Now, what's important to understand about this NELOS data, and this is critical that we must do with NELOS data, because Remember that pendulum, like it can swing vastly in either direction is it going to be really good or is it not going to be really good? So corroborative evidence, anything I can corroborate that this location data is accurate, I want to be able to show that this is in line with other pieces of evidence. If those other pieces of evidence have nothing to do with cellular activity or GPS, basically radio waves of any kind, that's exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a way to double check this stuff to make sure it's accurate. We must do our due diligence to show this, because the reality is there could be some evidence out there that might be exculpatory in nature, meaning that it can show that this evidence isn't accurate and it actually supports something that the defense might want to bring up. So it's critical. In this case, this is going to be one of the first pieces of evidence that I have that I can look at a location with a date and time that has nothing to do with cellular activity as far as radio waves or GPS. So northbound on I-17, I'm getting two groups of NELOS hits here, approximately 10:01, and this is that northbound travel. And you can clearly see that those 25-meter hits are not falling exactly on the interstate. Like, we can clearly see that. But the speed at which they're being annotated in the records is the same speed as what the GPS is, as an example, if navigation was being utilized. You also notice that the red dots themselves are in a straight line. This is going to become, in the future, we're going to look at the difference between navigation, GPS perfectly following the interstate, your little blue dot in Google Maps, versus NELOS, which goes with these straight vertical lines and straight horizontal lines. And I'll give you some examples of what that looks like here in a moment. But 10 o'clock, 10:01, this device is northbound according to the NELOS in this area of the interstate in Arizona. Now, in the extraction of the defendant's phone, I was given something called a Celebrite extraction. And what this is software that they can plug your phone into that will pull everything off of that phone. We can see content, we can see pictures, text messages, phone calls. There's all these different location data collected by the phone, all this different data. Well, that would include your pictures. If you take a picture of your phone and it's in your phone, we can extract it. And this extraction will say, here's the date and time of when that picture was taken. So here's a picture that was pulled from the extraction. We can see if this truck's overheating or on fire. I can't speak to that, but obviously this large tractor trailer truck is having an issue. The device that we're tracking, 3215, took a picture, and we're seeing that picture right here. If we zoom in, all I did was zoom in on that picture, I can see a sign up ahead of those two cars. I can make out the word horse and wreck and what appears to be a 2, maybe a 4 for the exit number. But I can also see the background. I can see this imagery. I can see the terrain. And in the extraction, we can see that this photo was taken at 10:01 on the morning of the 18th, January 2020. If I go back one, this NELOS is in the same area at 10:01 on the same morning. And we can confirm this picture because Google Earth and Google Maps offers us street view. So we know this picture was taken at 10:01 in this location. And if I go to that same area within street view, the truck's not there. This is street view, but we're in the same area. And when we zoom in, there's horse. In this case, it's not blocked, so we can say it says Horse Thief Basin. We could see wreck in the picture. It's recreational area, exit 248. And the terrain is the exact same terrain that we saw in the background of the truck. So this is a very within meters of the location of where that picture was taken at 10:01 a.m. on that morning. And our NELOS data is in the same area. So that pin on the map is where Google Maps, where I pulled that imagery that matches that photo. So this NELOS is now corroborated to be in this location at the same time of when that picture was taken.
So in other words, the NELOS hits, they're sandwiching that timestamp on the photo, is that right?
Correct. It's in very close proximity of where that photo was taken.
And it even goes down to the seconds, right? So 10, 49 seconds, and then you go to the photo and it's...
The photo has it at 0 seconds, and we're looking at 10, exactly straight up 10 and 49 seconds versus 10, 0, 1, and 21 seconds.
All right, thank you. Let's go to the map again.
All right, so from here, we're going to continue to go north on I-17. Just follow the trail up to the next location. And I'm going to get a second photo in this area from the same device. Now, this is a good kind of an area right here where the NELOS, it's not quite as good as the last one, and we'll talk about it here. The NELOS is in close vicinity to where this photo will be taken at 11:10:43. The photo itself is as you're driving, you're south of Flagstaff, driving north on the interstate, and you get a picture of the San Francisco peaks. We do get an exit sign there, and when we zoom in, we can see that that's exit 333, Kachina Boulevard, Mountain Air Road. It is at 11:09 a.m. on the 18th of January. Our NELOS is at 11:10, but it's past that location. So 11:09, 11:10. Still in the same general vicinity, and it corroborates that we can absolutely track that device from the Air Force Base to the location of the first photo. Now we're tracking that device to the location of the second photo. And in Street View, we find there's exit 333, Kachina Boulevard, Mountain Air Road, and we have the same mountains in the background. Even the trees in the background match. There at the top of the tree there, you get a gapping in the pine needles up on this tree right here. And in Street View, we see that same tree with the same gapping. So same location, both photo and the NELOS data in close vicinity to each other.
And Seb, this also demonstrates that there's some travel, right? There's not stagnant activity at this point.
None that I've seen. Seconds pulled over on the side of the road. Short of that, nothing of significant minutes at all. No, nothing that would be stagnant.
So up until this point, leaving the Air Force Base up until this point, it appears that it's continuous travel, right?
It would. If I can go into Google Earth, pick any two locations, check what the drive time, the miles would be between those two locations, the best route, and how long it would take you. That's a Google Maps function, but we can use it in Google Earth. I could then compare it if I have chatty NELOS on that exact same route, and we can compare the two. Does it add up or does it not add up? And in this case, they add up very well.
Let's go to the next slide.
From here, we're going to continue to see movement to the north. Very short period of time on I-40, but then the device is going to go north on Highway 89, get off onto 160, and we are going to see that device now up on the Navajo Reservation in the area of Kayenta, Arizona. And we're going to get a gap here. So I get a grouping of NELOS hits down here to the southwest. The town of Kayenta is right here on 160, and then I get a grouping of NELOS here. So there's a gap. The device was here. I don't get anything under 200 meters to this location, and then it starts again here. The time period is 1325. That's where we lose these hits. But we see it again past Kayenta at 1355. So 1325, to 1355. It doesn't take that long to drive straight through that area. There is time enough here to have a stop to address that. So do we have any corroborating evidence that shows that maybe there was a stop in Cayente? There's a McDonald's there in that town. There's only one, and it's at the intersection of 160 and 163. McDonald's has been there for a number of years, and what we're going to find is that there is a bank statement for a stop at this McDonald's. It will address the date and time. We also have a receipt that shows that the device stopped at this McDonald's and made a purchase. There's the receipt itself, and you can see Cayente, Arizona, with a date and time of January 18th at 1:42 p.m., which falls in the middle of our NELOS times, so that's right in the middle. Plus, highlighted on there is an excerpt from the bank, from the credit card statement showing the date and time. You can even see the time of purchase at 1:42, and the bank or the credit card account is registering it at 13:44, just a couple of minutes later. But the addresses and the location match up for that area.
So in other words, if I understand you correctly, these groupings on either side of Cayente we see there suggest that there's stagnation, there's a stop. Is that right?
Correct. If I did a Google Maps drive check between that grouping to the next grouping and see how long would it take to drive from A to B, and then I look at the times of the NELOS, it's longer, minutes longer. So it would suggest that there could have been stagnant activity in that area. Do I have evidence to back that up? And in this case, we do, with the receipt and the credit card statement that shows that there was a stop in between those times in this area.
And the groupings in the NELOS hits, that doesn't mean that he stopped in those groupings in that area. Is that right?
There are more than one NELOS hit there, but they're separated by seconds. So no, I saw nothing in the records that would suggest that the device stopped in those areas.
All right, thank you. Go to the next slide.
After the stop at McDonald's, the device is going to continue across the reservation and enter New Mexico. And next time we're going to see it, it's in the location of Farmington. And what we're going to see is we do get a sign of stagnant activity. So all of the NELOS, there's multiple hits here, but they're all piling up on the same lat long. And you can see we got a couple of different radiuses there. A lot of them are 25 meters. There was a couple that was a little bit larger there, but the lat long isn't really moving. It's just stagnant activity. From 1554 to 1600, there's at least 6 minutes of stagnation here within the NELOS. And we have another stop in the credit card records at a speedway, and the address was 1020 Bisti. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Bisti Highway. So we know that the device was in this area and that the records matched that there was a stop for $31 at that particular store with the speedway, and the address matches the records. So stagnant activity, and in the credit card records, a reason why this would be stagnant here, making a purchase for $31 at that speedway.
Great, thank you. Let's go back to the map. Tell us where it goes next.
From here, we're going to go through Farmington to the eastern side, kind of move up a little bit to the north. And the very first time that we see this device in this neighborhood, the very first NELOS hit having dropped down south off of that highway, is going to be at 16, 14, and 42nd. So that's the very first time we get any NILOS in this area. And we're going to get several hits here over a period of time. It's an indication of stagnant activity. The device could be moving around this neighborhood, but the device doesn't leave this neighborhood. This activity that we've seen so far is very chatty in nature, and if it were to travel back to the west or down to the south or continue to the east, I would expect to see that activity, and we don't. It just continuously just keeps on chattering, but staying in this vicinity. So somewhere in this neighborhood, starting at 1614.
Now that's, just so we're clear, 1614 is 4 p.m. or 4:14 p.m., is that right?
Correct. Apologies, I'm a military guy, so there is no 4 p.m. It's 1600.
Right.
But yes, that would be 4:14 p.m.
All right. Can you, would you drop us down there to Street View? Could we see what we're looking at here?
I would have to jump out of this presentation. Okay.
Okay.
So it will stay right there. We're just jumping out of presentation view.
And these would be the
Now,
Kml.
I'm going
files.
into the KML itself.
That's 169 for the record.
If I orient ourselves here, this is going to be the same neighborhood. And we do have varying options of where we could drop into Street View. And I'll get us kind of oriented in here.
Yeah, if you could pull up kind of the groupings you were talking about earlier, and if we could just
Sure.
drive around.
There we go. All right, so this was one of the initial hits on the way in. And then once in the neighborhood, all that stagnant activity is going to be in one of three locations. So it kind of does some bouncing around between these three areas. We get a device, multiple hits there, multiple hits over here, and some hits down here. So the device is in this neighborhood. Could it move around this neighborhood and still get these hits? Yes. But even, this is coming into the neighborhood. If the device even moved up into this area, we would see hits, but we don't. So the stagnant activity is down here. As far as Street View goes, anywhere where I have blue, we could go into Street View. Is there a particular area?
Can we visit all three of those areas around those areas where the groupings are?
Sure. As an example, if I go down to the one to the south, just to give you an idea of what this terrain looks like. This is kind of high desert, is I guess the best way to describe it. So desert-like environment, sparse vegetation, but at some altitude. We're not talking sea level. So this is an area down south as an example of what that vicinity can look like.
Now, we've had some testimony earlier that talked about this oil plant, some type of power plant in that area south of the Mennonite church. If you could, just go forward a little bit for us.
That would be in that general area right there. That's south of the church.
All right, great.
And we ended. That's where Street View ends. I don't have an arrow to go any far further.
Thank you. Could we go back to aerial view again, and then let's visit another one of those grouping sites. And while we're doing that, Seb, that yellow pin, that's near where the church is that right?
That was the area I was given as the last known location for Sasha that's being referred to as the abduction site.
Thank you.
So this would be, out of the three locations, the one up to the northeast. A little bit of elevation here.
Let's just walk down this road for a little bit. You could just take us right down to where it runs into the highway.
That red truck there is where the highway is located.
All right. So we've had testimony about this country road here that travels kind of north-south. Can you take us aerial view again?
Sure. So kind of northeast to southwest, Highway 350. And that's right where we were at right there.
All right. Let's visit that last grouping over there.
It's about as close as I can get to it right there. So the church itself, right here. Again, it's an uphill climb.
All right.
And to be clear, these images can be dated. In this case, the street view that we're here is February '08. So if there's anybody who's locally from this area, it could definitely look different. So terrain very typically doesn't change, but obviously buildings and houses and things of that nature could change.
All right, let's go back to the map. I did have some questions about the timing. You mentioned 4:14 p.m. was when this cell phone arrives at this location, or at least that's the first hit, right?
The very first hit we see out of the multiple hits that we're going to get in this area, the very first one is over here to the northeast, and it is at 4:14 p.m.
And then it's stagnant in this area as we're talking about these groupings. It's not leaving this area. When's the last time it's in this area?
The last time that we will see this device in the area will be just prior to 1945. This hit right here is the top northern hit. It's row number 5403. This hit up here is the first time that we're away from those three down south. And this one is at 1945, so 7:45 p.m. in 50 seconds, so close to 7:46. And it has left the area of stagnant activity. And from here, the device is going to move to the west. So approximately 7:45 p.m. will be the last time we see this device in this area.
So help me do some math. 4:14 p.m. to 7:45 p.m.
We're looking about 2 hours and 20 minutes if we're going down to the minute scale here. So approximately 2 hours and 20 minutes, 3 hours and 31 minutes of stagnant activity in this neighborhood. 3 hours and 31 minutes.
All right, thank you. So after 3 hours and 31 minutes in this area, again, stagnant activity, where does it go next?
Well, there's some more activity that we have going on in here.
I'm sorry.
So let's kind of see what else we got going on. So now for the first time, we're seeing some activity from our victim's phone, so from Sasha's phone. I looked at activity to see, do we see activity from her phone that matches close to that same timeline? The device is there well before 1613, but I'm trying to match up those times. So the very close to that 4:14 time period, PM, we have 4:13, a data connection from Sasha's phone. We have multiple connections throughout that same 3 hour and 31 minute. And the last time we have a connection to an AT&T cell site from her phone in this area is at 1952.
So just to orient us again, the blue, that's Sasha's device, right? Her cell phone.
Correct. And these are data sessions that we're seeing, and there's other connections in there, but we just don't have any good NELOS for her phone. So I'm not getting that tight, close vicinity NELOS like we saw with those breadcrumb-like trails from that Luke Air Force Base all the way to this area. She's in the general vicinity of this area of where those blue shapes are. And we're seeing a competition here. There's two cell sites. I've got the one up to the north, and I've got the one down to the south, and you can see that the azimuth lines almost oppose each other. This one's facing north, this one's facing down to the southwest, and it's a fight. This is a competition. Who gets the best quality signal? And as she's in there for a duration of time, it's jumping back and forth. At one moment, that's the best quality signal. A moment later, the southern cell site's the best quality signal. So we get two overlapping H-planes in this area. It clearly shows that the device is in the general vicinity of this neighborhood, which would match visual observations of Sasha from other people in the area.
So let me ask you, Seb, is her device then somewhere within that blue area up until that point?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And doesn't depart the area before that latter part of the late 1900s, 7 p.m. time period going into early 8 p.m. time period.
All right, thank you. If we go to the next slide.
So from here, overall activity for our device ending in 3215, we do get 3 outgoing connections during this time period. So there's 3 examples within that window, that 3-hour and 31-minute window of outgoing activity. The relevance of this is a pattern of life, if you will. As an example, if I were to exchange my phone with anybody in this room, we exchange phones for a 24-hour period. We don't know each other. Your inner circle of your most contacted people, both incoming and outgoing, and mine aren't the same. The relevance here is that your incoming activity, if I had your phone, is still going to be your incoming activity. Now, I don't know these people, so I'm not going to answer the phone. You don't know my people, you're not going to answer your phone. But if I have to make an outgoing connection, I'm going to call my people, you're going to call your people. So the relevance is when we get outgoing connections, are they going to people that are clearly within the person who has that device, 3215? Is that their normal people in their circles? Who is that outgoing activity going to? So one of the first ones we see is at 4:50 p.m., and it's an outgoing text message going to a device ending in 4189. 4189 is the 11th most contacted person within this set of records. So not in the top 10, but there's a normal occurrence of talking to this person. It's the 11th most contacted person. Not a number, as an example, we've never seen before in these records. From here, we'll go to the next outgoing activity. A change in cell sites, but still in the area. Now we're at 4:55 p.m., and we have an outgoing voice call. This voice call lasts for over 25 minutes, and it's going to the 3rd most contacted person in these records, and it's going to, the device ends in 2044. And we're at 4:55 p.m.
Now, Seb, we've had testimony previously that identified that number as Samuel Gooch. That was, you're saying, a phone call?
That was an outgoing phone call with, so the call is outgoing to Samuel Gooch, to his device.
And the duration of the call was what?
Just over 25 minutes in duration.
Thank you.
So that would get us in to the early 5 p.m. time period. From here, we're going to get one more outgoing call. and we shift now, because that can seem confusing sometimes. Hasn't left the area, but we keep seeing that little bit of a shift. Now it's on the north-south side. Now it's on the south-south side. It's competition. Who gets to win best quality signal? And that's what we're seeing here. It's overlapping coverage. This is ultimately what all cell phone companies want. Surround you with cell sites. Let your phone determine which one is the best quality signal and let it do its thing. So we're seeing a visualization of that competition. So now it's 6:25 p.m. and we get another outgoing text message to 9564, and that would be the fourth most contacted person in these set of records. The relevance of these three outgoing connections is that all of them are well within the normal pattern of life for this device for the user who's using this device. From here, now I'm gonna put a lot on the map. We got some stuff to talk about. The red dots moving off to the west, that was that NELOS data. And we saw examples of that before. Like when it follows the route, it is very close to the route. So it traveled back to the west. When it left that area, so did Sasha's phone. Now we're well to the west of Farmington. The device is located just to the east of the Arizona border. So the device is located right here inside these H-planes. And what we're seeing is data activity. These aren't voice calls or text messages, from both devices, they're data. They're hitting a cell site just far west of Farmington, but we're also seeing those last couple of AT&T cell sites in Colorado. And interestingly enough, both devices hit the same cell site up here, up to the north. One, Sasha's hits first at 8:53 p.m. and 19 seconds, where our device in red, 3215, is going to hit the same cell site and the same sector at 20:54 and 22 seconds. So barely more than a minute difference. Same cell site, same sector. So both devices are traveling back to the west, but with these H-planes, those are sizable. We're very, very rural out here. Both devices are somewhere in this area, but our NELOS is right there. So our device, 3215 in red, is clearly right on Highway 160, well within the coverage area of both cell sites for handoffs.
Let me ask you a couple questions about that travel to the west. So you mentioned Sasha's phone, the defendant's phone, they're traveling west around the same time. In fact, this cell tower suggests they're right in the same area at the same time. Is that fair?
For the data connections, large same vicinity, for sure. As far as the phone ending in 3215, definitely in that small section of I-60 right there.
What significance is there to the fact that they're hitting off the tower at about the same time, a minute or so?
Because if we back it up, both devices leave the vicinity of the neighborhood within minutes of each other. And they travel all the way across Farmington together, and now they're getting ready to enter into the area of the Navajo Reservation, and both of these devices are traveling west in the same speed, in the same locations, in a general vicinity with each other.
Can I ask you about, you mentioned earlier, you're going to see these NELOS hits hitting kind of in a line pattern. Is there something we could illustrate with that in this area?
So the line pattern, I haven't pointed it out, but we've talked about it. All right, so when we see this activity, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back in the vicinity of this neighborhood. I'm going to back up. I'm going to show the complete track. And this is a really good example of the lines I was referring to. And we're seeing quite a bit of traffic here. So we're going back all the way, showing significant amount of travel right here. Now, when we stay back this far, those lat longs clearly are following Highway 160. But when we zoom in close, they're not perfectly like, let's start with like around Kirtland and go in here. They're on this route, on Highway 64, coming through this area right here. But if you'll notice, in a straight line, the highway drops to the south. The Nelos is in a straight line. The highway keeps dropping to the south. The Nelos drops to the south, but they're in a straight line. Drops to the south, they're in a straight line. Now the highway moves up to the north. What happens to our Nelos in a straight line? It moves to the north. So your GPS, like if we look at those straight lines through there, your GPS is perfectly following this route, perfectly. But this Nelos, it's piggybacking, but it isn't GPS. It's assisted GPS. And we're getting line. Oh, he's continuing to move to the south. It drops down, line. He's moving to the south. It drops down, line. This is how it's tracking that device. As an example, these 4 dots right here, that device is directly south of that dot somewhere on this interstate. This one, because the interstate bumps up a little bit, that's really close to where that device is, within meters. But when we move back over here, because they stay in a straight line, the device is still on the highway. And you'll notice not only are the lines in a horizontal fashion, but we also get vertical. So in this case, we get a sharp drop to the south. And what do our lines do? They become vertical. Think of these, as far as following a route, there's one other thing that a lot of people can relate to with vertical and horizontal lines when it comes to mapping something, and it's the game Battleship. A1, B2, vertical and horizontal lines. That's what this Nelos records are doing. They're following vertical and horizontal lines, not precisely matching GPS, but very, very closely matching GPS. And that's how we can get, when you're traveling this highway, the dots aren't perfectly falling on the line. GPS would, but these are assisted. So they're close, but they're not exactly on there. But when you stop, because of the level of chattiness, they stop. And they just start hitting, and we get that. There's the, speak of it, there's the gas station. So the gas station's right here, and because of the level of chattiness, we get multiple hits right there because the device stopped moving. So the needle stopped moving, and it just piles up. It's close, but it's not quite. We're looking roughly over 400 meters between this location and where we know for a fact the device is at that gas station. The records clearly show that that device made a stop at the speedway.
So if I could ask, just to clarify a couple things. So if we were to grid this entire map, like you're saying, almost like Battleship, those dots would fall in line with that coordinate, like an intersection, right?
Very, very closely. If we measure from here to here or from here to here and just keep measuring these links, they stay very consistent. But once in a while, we may find where a particular column from here to here, it might be a little bit more than the others, but they always fall in a grid fashion consistently. No matter where we go in these records, I can show you that grid, vertical and horizontal grid, either directly on or right adjacent to the known travel pattern. And what's interesting is so we have this pin where the abduction site's at. So there's clearly our pin in the vicinity of this neighborhood. And if I go back down and I get to where I can see all the way back into the Phoenix area, and I mark, as an example, one of the gates by Luke Air Force Base, I can right-click this and say, all right, Google, directions from here, directions to here. And what Google will do is they're going to draw me a path. And they're going to say, and granted, Google is so good at this that it's right now. If there was a massive accident somewhere on this route and there was an adjustment of 15 minutes, it would adjust for that. But right now, this is the route that we would travel if we left Luke Air Force Base and went into that neighborhood within, just to the east of Farmington. That's the route. Now, if I start manipulating the timeline slider bar, what we're going to see is that this Nelos directly follows that route because that's the GPS. It's assisting it to follow, and it perfectly follows that route. Anywhere in here, especially like if we went down to the Phoenix area, and it really wouldn't matter where we went, as long as the device doesn't go stagnant, it's going to very closely match where that device is traveling. But because it does that grid thing, it's never going to be perfect. So as an example, right here, that's a pretty east-west running road, but it's not perfect. The road isn't perfectly a straight line. These dots are. So this one, that device is not in the middle of that neighborhood. It's on the freeway. It's following the 101. Now over here, it's much closely matched, but as soon as that device gets on I-17, our grid changes and now it's vertical. But it moves over a little bit, so now it's over here, and now we get a movement here. And as long as it's moving due north, our grid's here, it's over here, it's just bouncing back and forth. It's doing its best to follow the route, but it has to take the grid into account, so it's never perfectly on the interstate.
So what does Google say that route would take time-wise on a car?
So from Luke Air Force Base up to the neighborhood where the abduction is going to occur, Google would estimate it, depending on when you run it, around 6 hours and 53 minutes. I just did it right now, and it said 6 hours and 58 minutes. So there's a little bit of traffic somewhere, probably Flagstaff, because that's where all the traffic's at. So it's adjusting for that time. So we're looking at typically, normally, just under 7 hours to get from Luke Air Force Base to that neighborhood.
And what does the NELOS data tell us about how long it took the defendant's cell phone to travel from the Air Force Base to Farmington?
Well, if we look at the very first NELOS hit leaving Luke Air Force Base and the very first NELOS hit arriving in that neighborhood, we're at 7 hours and 18 minutes. And we know for a fact that there was 2 stops, one at the McDonald's and one at the Speedway. Okay. So that kind of adjusts for that little bit of time for those 2 stops.
So pretty consistent timeline.
Extremely consistent.
All right, sorry to jump out of there. Let's go back to what we were talking about, both of those devices traveling west time.
So from here, same cell site, same sector, right prior, just before the 9 p.m. time period. From here, we're going to get one more of those. This time they're perfectly matched, same cell site, same sector. The color's not blue, it's not red, because they're both are right on top of each other. The difference in timing this time is the device ending in 3215 hits first at 20:55, and then our victim Sasha's phone hits the same cell site, same sector at 20:58. So just a couple of minutes apart from each other.
Now, so let me ask you, if we're in a car together, the 2 of us, and we're driving, are our cell phones going to hit off the tower at the same time?
No, it completely depends on what we're doing. Both phones are actively using data right now. Again, these are not phone calls or text message, it's data connections. They're never going to be perfectly synced. But the more chatted they are in the same general area, we could get very close in time proximities. NELOS-wise, the device is just about at the Arizona border. So it moved here a little bit more to the west. So we know that the device ending in 3215, because our NELOS is so accurate, is just prior to the border.
All right, let's go to the next slide.
That will be the last time that we see our victim's phone. We will, in the records, we never see that phone again.
Now, when we say we won't see it again, can you account for why that's not connecting anymore? Or you just have to say, oh, it's disconnected?
The device is simply off the network, and it will never re-enter the network. Whether it was destroyed or turned off, or I can't account for why it's disconnected from the network, but completely disconnected.
All right.
From here, we're going to go back to watching the NELOS, and it's going to take the exact same route that came into Farmington. It's going to take that route back. Back that up there. Let's watch that one more time. So we're going to see those H-planes disappear as we move forward in time. Our our NELOS is going to travel through the Navajo reservation, but instead of continuing on to Flagstaff, we're going to see a deviation off the known normal pattern that a navigation app would take you through this area. If you were traveling north or south from Flagstaff and you were going to cut across the Navajo reservation, you would utilize Highway 89. It's really the only route up and through that area. But on the way back, this device is going to exit Highway 89 onto a road called Loop Road. And we can see the name there on the map. It says Loop Road right here. And all of a sudden, our NELOS line is going to go to the east. So this device came down to the intersection, and because it was balanced in the grid between this area and this area, we're getting 2 hits here, and then boom, it's going to move off to the east, and we're going to see that device 16 minutes after midnight. 16 minutes after midnight, it is definitely off of Highway 89, and we're going to continue to see movement on this loop road, which is the only route available through this area that leaves Highway 89 and it goes in a loop. It's like a reverse C. It's going to go down to the east, down to the south, make a big curve, come back to the west, and it eventually reconnects to Highway 89. This is on the southern edge is where Sunset Crater is located. So that's Loop Road.
So we've heard some testimony about this road. This is the road that would take you through the Sunset Crater area, right?
That is correct. If you entered from the northern section, that would be this turnoff.
Now, we've also heard this road called by a different name. Is there another number that's associated with this road?
I'm sure there is, but on the map, I keep seeing Loop Road, and that's,
Okay.
I'm sure there's a county road of some kind associated with this, but I'm unaware of what that would be.
That's all right. I think we'll stick with the loop road.
And it's paved the entire length, so it wouldn't matter what type of a Prius could travel on this road. You don't need like a four-wheel drive vehicle. So from here, keeping in mind the grid, because this is a curvy road, what we're going to see in the records is clearly that device is no longer on Highway 89, and it's traveling, you can see the grid patterns there, it's traveling along Loop Road. But we get, and I'm going to pause it right there, we get a big gap through here. So following Loop Road all the way out here to the east of Highway 89. But then we get this section where we're going to lose NELOS. This area down here, so Sunset Crater is located right there, but we lose our NELOS and we get a big gap, no NELOS. And then all of a sudden, just before getting back to Highway 89, the NELOS is going to return. But we get a sizable gap here with no NELOS. But Loop Road, the only way to get from this location to this location in the time that the device goes from this location to this location is continuous movement on Loop Road. There is no other option. So that vehicle's absolutely had to travel on Loop Road.
Now, excuse me, we've had some testimony about the cell phone coverage in this area being a little spotty. In fact, the officers had to leave the area to make a phone call. Does that affect the NELOS data at all?
Well, it can, because there's no connection to the network. As I zoom in here a little bit, let me pause it again right here. The magic spot is right around Sunset Crater. Once in a while, we are going to see a NELOS hit. We'll see one here in a moment. That is just to the east of Sunset Crater, but no further. This is the area where the device can re-engage with the AT&T network. But from here all the way back up to that location where we lose the NELOS, there just isn't. It's either very sparse or no connection whatsoever. If you're on an AT&T phone, you're not making any connection at all.
In other words, it reappears at this area.
Close to the Sunset Crater is when you get back into that connectivity with AT&T. Interestingly enough, if we think about it, there are no cell sites for AT&T on the Navajo reservation. But clearly, we had NELOS both across and back on the Navajo reservation. So if there's no AT&T towers, how would it be possible to have NELOS? And that's because AT&T is the foundation, the platform for all cellular networks in the United States. They're the original. If, depending on how old you are, you remember when AT&T used to be Ma Bell. That was the original, and then they changed to AT&T. So Verizon, T-Mobile, Cellular One, foundationally, their platform is AT&T. And that NELOS is actively tracking across that reservation, no problem at all, because all of them pump that back into AT&T because they're the foundation. But now we are really isolated. There is no option for Cellular One. There's no option here. We have nothing, and we lose AT&T.
Now, can you back up a little bit? Just tell us again, remind us, what time are we talking about and what day?
So the first time that, I'll just go through this here. So that activity that we see, and the first time we see that phone back in the vicinity of Sunset Crater, it got off on Loop Road on the north section just after midnight. It is now 1:03 a.m. and the device is west of Sunset Crater, west of Sunset Crater.
Now, if we were to take a drive from that north loop entrance and driving it around, you said it was at C, right, around Sunset Crater.
Correct.
How long would it take us, if we were driving speed limits, from the entrance to the spot we're talking about?
Well, from the entrance past the spot we're talking about, just over to Highway 89 is a 55-minute drive, is the approximate drive time. We're talking a little, was it 16 minutes after midnight off of Highway 89, and now it is 1:03 a.m. So it's matching up very well, and we're not quite to Highway 89. There's still a few miles in there, so it's very close, approximate drive time. From here, what was interesting is the device passed Sunset Crater. Then it turns around and it comes back. So we went past Sunset Crater, turned around, the device comes back to the eastern side of Sunset Crater, and now it's 1:13 a.m. So 1:13 a.m., this is going to be the last time we're going to see this phone for a little while, but it's not going to leave this area. The pin over to the right is going to be where the victim's body will be recovered later. And at 1:13 a.m., this device is going to drop off the network. And we're not going to see it again. It's back in that area with no service. The next time we see that, over here, look at the road real quick. So this is still Loop Road, just so everybody's tracking, a paved road. And where the body will be recovered, technically there's two routes in there, just to the north and south of that location. And the southern road's more of a gravel road. It's not paved, but it's in really, really good condition.
Right before we take the break, sorry, Judge, can I ask one more question?
Okay, it's 12 noon.
Sorry. Can you just tell us briefly, Sev, the next time we see this phone, what's the time?
So the last time we see it is 1:13, and the next time we're going to see that phone will be in the same vicinity as Sunset Crater, just to the west of it, on its way back to Highway 89. And that area right here, the first time we see it there, will be 03:33. So this is where we're going to get the 2-hour and 20-minute gap. So this device goes stagnant somewhere in this area in the vicinity to the east of Sunset Crater for 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's 12:01, so I wanted you to have your lunch break. So remember the admonition. Do not talk to anyone about the case. Do not let anyone talk to you about it. That includes each other. Please keep an open mind about the case, and please do not form any opinions about the case. If you could be back in the jury room by 1:20 this afternoon, so we can hopefully call for you and get you in the courtroom as close to 1:30 as possible. Enjoy the lunch and recess. Or enjoy your lunch, that's what I'm trying to say. Please be seated. You can step down if you wish. Anything we need to put on the record or address before we take our lunch recess, council? Okay, all right, so then, again, as usual, if you could be back between, say, about 1:15, 1:20, council, so if something comes up over the lunch hour that you want to address with the court, we'll have a few minutes before we call for the jury. We stand in recess.
I say, I'll.
Missed a hearing this morning.
You did? I think I've pretty much gone unscathed so far, but I have a lot of pissed off clients. I haven't missed any really. That's 6 hours of material that I need to put on the record. Start as soon as she's ready. No, we're good to go. Doesn't understand. Super, yeah, we.
It's all the same.
Is that what people do? The big city does a lot of hourly stuff. It's enormous. Totally. That's pretty much. There's some people that have valuable commissioners. That's it.
Like incentivize dragging it's on.
Well, from our perspective, it's just like when you
Yeah, you get a good prosecutor that gives you a killer deal right off the bat.
So it's interesting how people approach it, but there's lots of different.
Like what would a misdemeanor run?
That lady, what she's looking at is $1,500. And literally like the third piece I've done. They're all stupid. It's really not her fault to get somebody that's darker.
Oh, really? It's all the same person?
Yeah, it's all the same.
It's like a neighborly thing. Those are the worst.
Yeah, it's quite nice.
Yeah.
So,
That's
well,
maybe there's a reason. Yeah.
yeah, she bothers me on occasions. I understand.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just doing the math. It could be, yeah.
No, I'm trying to figure it out too.
So, speed done. See.
It's close, we got it. I just think that's probably true. Apparently he's okay with that, so. Burn that one.
Survey time.
split their words out.
You? And then I'll. Then we.
I'm still plugged in. Hear me reconnect.
Good afternoon. The record will reflect the presence of counsel, the defendant, and the jury. Mr. Barker, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sev, before the break, we were talking about the area around Sunset Crater near the body. Can we go back to that slide again?
There we go.
connecting up?
No, I think your settings jumped over to mirror another image, so let me adjust this. There we go. Is that a duplicate it?
We were talking about the timing of the defendant's device, where it was. You'd mentioned before the break, before lunch, that it was traveling pretty consistently with how long it would take to make that kind of U travel around Loop Road, right?
Right.
Until about, I don't remember the time. Maybe we can go back to that point where there's a backtrack.
113.
113.
So it passes Sunset Crater. We see it out there at 103. And then it turns around and it comes back to the east. And we see it, the last time we see it is at 113, east of Sunset Crater. And then we're not going to see it again until 0333, which is a 2-hour and 20-minute gap of time.
All right. And so you don't see the device popping up anywhere in that 2-hour, 20 minutes?
No, not at all. Well, with the data down below 200 meters, we see nothing that would show that it clearly has left this area.
Okay. So there's stagnant, well, I don't even know if you could say stagnant, but there's just not a location from Nelos at that point.
In this area.
In that area.
Travel back up to the north, didn't leave and head to Flagstaff. We don't see anything like that.
All right. How far away is the body where that pin is? Can you tell us?
So this last one, we would have to,
Are you going back to the Kml files?
I have to go back to the KML.
That's 169 for the record.
So there's that 1:13 a.m. Nelos hit right there. And so before the device disappears, we're looking at approximately about 2 kilometers. If I put that in miles, approximately 1.3 miles. And that's for the Nelos hit. Now for the device itself, the only way to get from up north to this location is to drive on Loop Road. It's the only route available. So the closest you could get the device at any given time would be about 88 meters as it passed this location on Loop Road.
All right. Now, we talked about before the break as well that this area, according to previous testimony, there's no cell coverage. Would that affect why we can't see those Nelos hits around that area?
It's going to contribute to that. We just kind of lose the good Nelos that we were seeing up to that point.
All right. Let's go back to the PowerPoint again and take us through that next slide.
So the next time we see it, just barely to the west of Sunset Crater is at 33 minutes after 3 a.m. From there, the device will continue to travel to the west, and by 3:41 a.m. is back in the vicinity of Highway 89.
So what are we talking about time-wise? How much of a detour is this off the 89 from the moment that the defendant's cell phone left the 89 to the moment it returns?
Well, you're looking at an approximate drive time of 55 minutes to get around there, but that doesn't take into account the 2 hours and 20 minutes. So close to just over 3 hours of total time kind of in this area.
All right. Let's take it to the next slide now.
From here, the device is going to get back on Highway 89, and we'll see it take the normal route that we would expect to see for travel through the area, back through Flagstaff and south on I-17.
Okay, so basically taking that same route the device took when it headed north, just returning that same route.
That is correct. The only difference between the travel that was north when the device came up here, on the way back, we're going to get another one of the areas where this device goes stagnant for a while. So we're partially in between Flagstaff and Phoenix. It's close to the Orem exit area, just north of the exit that would take you to Prescott. And it's 4:57 a.m. now, and we're getting that kind of that grid look again right here. So the device is somewhere in this vicinity off of the I-17 or very close to the I-17, but then it's going to stop. And we are not going to see any activity. The last one we see is at 4:57. And then we don't see the device in this area again until 5:41. So we get a 44-minute break here where the device just isn't moving. So we got about a 44-minute period of stagnant activity, and the device just is somewhere in the area but not moving. And we don't get NELOS during that gap. The 200 meters or better.
So there's no NELOS in that during that stagnant activity?
Nothing under 200 meters. Nothing that would indicate movement out of the area. It's just, it stays in this general area.
Let me ask you about that. Could one reason be lack of cell service in the area?
No, on the way up and on the way back, we're getting hits in this area. It's just the device has stopped moving.
Okay.
Whatever reason. It's
just not moving. That's the stagnant activity you're talking about.
From here, we will continue to see movement starting at that time period, and the device will continue to move down and take the normal route we would expect to see as it returns to Luke Air Force Base. As we come in and look at the last NELOS we'll see before this device drives back onto the Air Force Base, is going to be at 6:49 a.m. And then in the Kachina gate is the gate that this device will drive through that gate to enter Luke Air Force Base. And in the records for the gate, you have a military ID that has to be scanned in order to access the Air Force Base, and that military ID is scanned. Has the defense name and the last four of social security number. And the time of that, we're getting both times here. It's both in UTC and in local. The local time that card was scanned is at 6:53. So last NELOS is westbound on Glendale Avenue at 6:49, and then scanning the card driving into the base at 6:53. So the times again for travel, speed, distance, time line up quite well.
When you say speed, distance, time calculation, how are you doing that type of calculation? How do you determine that's consistent?
Previously, how we did it before with dropping the pins, directions from here, directions to here. We can do it anywhere on the route and show what Google would estimate your time at based on that current time for driving. As long as there's nothing like a crazy accident going on, you'll get your average times. And then when do we see the NELOS hits? Like, how do we see this one? In this case, we're getting a NELOS hit. The next one is a hard time at the gate for the entry whenever the card was utilized to access the base. So we're seeing that travel time between 6:49 versus the gate, which is on the left-hand side with the yellow pins at right there, is at 6:53.
And that just shows, again, that no stagnant activity. It's consistent with someone driving along that route to the gate.
Consistent travel on Glendale at this time in the morning.
And you have a little clip there that the DBIS report that was referenced earlier. That's Exhibit 152 that we've had testimony about. So could you do me a favor, Seven, and tell us how long it took from Farmington, at the point the defendant's cell phone left the abduction site, to the point of return. What are we talking about time-wise? And then contrast that with how long it would take a return trip typically.
So if we did like a Google Maps travel time to take into account the deviation to follow Loop Road around and not take the direct route on Highway 89, it would be approximately 7 hours and 34 minutes. The total time for return in this case, based off the NELOS, is 11 hours and 4 minutes. And the increased time is just due to that stagnant activity that we get around the Sunset Crater. It's just a substantial amount of time added significantly to this trip's return time. Additionally, there's slower than normal activity driving from New Mexico across into Arizona. It takes approximately 20 minutes longer than normal to drive through the northern part of the Navajo Nation, the reservation there. And there's nothing significant as far as a potential stop, not to say there wasn't one, but the NELOS does give spots in there where we don't get any. But clearly we get over 2 hours of that stagnant activity down in the location of where the body will be recovered.
All right. Now, on the timeline here, we see some other dates if we're going down. We've heard testimony about the defendant leaving the Air Force Base on the 21st. Do you have, did you map that as well?
We did.
Let's talk about that.
So again, to orient, in here, we're going to start in this, in Arizona. We'll kind of come down into the Phoenix area, go over to the west side, outside of Peoria and Glendale to the Air Force Base. And very similar to what we looked at from a few days prior to this, the last time we see the device clearly closer to the barracks over here where the defendant lives is at 1743, and then clear movement to depart the Air Force Base by 7:03 p.m. And Kachina Gate, the device is right there. The Kachina Gate is getting ready to drive out the gate, and we're going to see activity again driving to the north, headed towards Flagstaff. So departing the area approximately 7:03 p.m. on the 21st. There will be no stops on this one. The device is going to do, nothing that stood out for stagnant activity, but directly to the north. Passing Flagstaff, continuing north on Highway 89, going to the southern section of Loop Road, where Loop Road connects to 89, so directly west of Sunset Crater. By the time the device gets up there, it's 9:34 p.m., and we see that activity of the device turning off the interstate eastbound, going towards Sunset Crater. And we're getting our little grid lines in there again. And once again, we can just get right to maybe a hair past to barely to the eastern side of Sunset Crater, and we're going to lose that NELOS again. So it drops off. It's the last time we see it in this area is at 2140. And the next time we'll catch it on the way back out of this area, heading back towards Highway 89, will be right there. And the time is 22:05. So we get about a 25-minute gap, 2140 to 22:05. Again, the device is somewhere in the area, but we have no additional location data other than 2140, and then we see it again just to the west of Sunset Crater at 22:05, at 10:05 p.m.
Let me ask you about that speed distance calculation again. Let's say a car is driving on that road at typical speeds. Is this consistent with that, or is there any time unaccounted for?
Well, there's 25 minutes unaccounted for. The travel time from the highway just up to the crater is consistent with normal time. From here back to the highway will be consistent with normal time, but we get a 25-minute window where there's just no activity. The device is there somewhere to the east of Sunset Crater, and we simply don't see it.
All right, and then what does the device do after that?
Once we see this 22:05 hit, the device is again driving out of the area east of Sunset Crater, and it will return to Luke Air Force Base. We'll see it drive towards Highway 89. So So getting ready to turn onto Highway 89 by 10:09 p.m. And then once it makes that turn onto Highway 89, it'll see a return trip to the south, taking us back towards Luke Air Force Base.
And again, any detours or any stagnant activity on this way back?
Nothing that really came out at all. It seems like a normal drive time, normal route. The last Nelos hit we will see is pushing down there to head west on Glendale Avenue. The only difference between this return trip and the one from the morning of the 19th is a different gate will be utilized. Majority of these military bases have more than one gate. So previously we saw the Kachina gate. This time we will get a different gate. It's considered the main gate or the south gate to Luke Air Force Base. So the last Nelos hit we see is 30 minutes after midnight on the morning of the 22nd. The device is right here. That north gate is down here just at the south gate, just to the south of the Air Force Base. And on the time that the card is scanned into the system to make entry onto the base is 39 minutes after midnight. So we see it on Glendale Avenue, 30 minutes after midnight, and driving back into the Air Force Base as a corroborating evidence for the accuracy of the records at 39 minutes after midnight on the 22nd.
So in summary, there's a route taken direct to the area of Sunset Crater where the device was 2 days before. There's an unaccounted for time in that around the Sunset Crater, about 25 minutes. Is that right?
Correct.
And then direct route back.
That is correct.
And showing up at the base after midnight.
That is correct.
Okay. Did you notice in your review of the records any return trips after that to the Sunset Crater area?
Not with the amount of data I had for the time frame I had, no. It's just those two.
All right. Now, on that timeline again, if we could skip to this next section, referencing some days prior. So this would be about a week, a little less than a week before Sasha's disappearance, right?
Correct.
Tell us what the data shows with regard to the defendant's device.
Very similar data. We're going to see this Nelos, again, is taking advantage of GPS being utilized by the device, but we're not going to leave the Phoenix area. So zoom into the Phoenix area. Head over to the western side once again, close to Luke Air Force Base. And we're going to see that the phone is located here on the main part of base around 9:05 a.m. on the 12th of January and is exiting out of in vicinity of the south gate by 9:08. So driving off of the base and is going to head in the eastern direction more into towards the Phoenix area of Arizona. We're getting our lines there again. Once we get into this vicinity here, what we're going to see is we're in close proximity to the Trinity Mennonite Church. It's 9:31 a.m. This would be a Sunday morning at 9:31 a.m. when church services would be in session, and we're going to see some stagnant activity. So the first time we see the device in this vicinity is at 9:31. And all that activity is piling up on top of each other again. And the last time we will see it in this area before it departs is at 9:43. So we get that gap from 9:31 to 9:43, just a little over 10 minutes, where the device isn't moving. And it's in a close proximity to the Trinidad Mennonite Church on a Sunday morning.
Is it Trinity? Not Trinidad, right?
Trinity.
Okay,
Trinity
thank you.
Mennonite Church.
And is there a communication from that actual device as well happening during that time?
Not necessarily during this one, no.
When does that occur?
From here, the device is going to travel into a different part of Phoenix. And again, we're going to see that stagnant activity. And it's going to look somewhat similar to what we saw in the neighborhood where the abduction occurred in Farmington, where it's going to be more than one area. We're going to be hitting points of those grids. The first one that we see in this area is going to be at 954, and the Sunny Slope Mennonite Church is in this general area. And when we bring in the rest of the stagnant activity, those are the three locations that we're hitting. So we're kind of getting very similar kind of look to what we had in the neighborhood in eastern Farmington, where we get stagnant activity here, here, and down here. So there's our grid. So the device is somewhere in this area, and in this area again on a Sunday morning, from 9:54 to 10:12 a.m. on the 12th. So we're getting about 18 minutes of stagnant activity during a time frame when church services are in service at Sunny Slope Mennonite Church. During this set of stagnant activity, we are going to see some communications. So now we're getting away from the NELOS hits, because now we're talking about an actual communication, a phone call, text message, data connections. In this case, it's a text message, and it's outgoing from 3215 and going to a outgoing text message to another device ending in 2044. And it's simply asking a question, WYD today. Assuming that's abbreviation for like, what are you doing today?
Now, we've heard testimony again that number, the 2044 number, belonged to Samuel Gooch. Was this one of the frequent contacts of this device?
Yes, it's like the number 3 most contacted device in these set of records. So yes, very consistent contact quite often with both voice calls and text messages.
All right. What other communication was there during that time?
So by 9:59 and 52 seconds, we get incoming from that same device saying, making some breakfast, might do some cleaning, bored as fuck.
All right. So that's incoming to the device, the defendant's device, right?
That is correct. It's coming from 2044 in back to the and responding to that question to 3215.
All right. And is there a response?
The outgoing response back to that device is, same for some reason, even this morning's surveillance was boring. And by 10:01:18, reply, it's still in the same direction. So this is not a reply from 2044, it's another outgoing message. And it says, bunch of old people living without much to live for.
Actually, it's a bunch of old people without much
Much left to live for, excuse me.
Yeah, it's all right.
And then by 10:02, it's another outgoing connection. So these are continuous outgoing messages from 3215 to this other device, 2044, and says clearly, not the Mennonite people we grew up with. Sad to say, another disappointment.
All right. Is there continual conversation?
There is. So now this is incoming. So we had 3 outgoing in a row. Now the other device will respond and say, I wish I was out by you. We'd find something to do or some shit to get into. At 10:03, a response. Exactly, but now it's sad. Doing anything by myself and taking risks is back at 0. 10:05, incoming, so response from 2044. I thought about getting drunk all day, but even that isn't very fun because I feel like shit afterwards. It really is true that after a while you care more about your health and how you feel. And then outgoing, so a reply from 3215. Yep, it's all about survival and yourself after a while. Same cell site, same sector, so the device is in the area, it's not moving. Outgoing, Again, another outgoing message. I keep thinking I'd be nice to come see y'all. It'd be nice to come see y'all some weekend, but when I remember it's cold AF and won't be nice around there to mid-June. And then 10/10, still in the same area. Even then, it'll probably be muddy and wet still. And another outgoing, well, I'm gonna head back to base and I'll be online in about 30. And that brings us up to 10/12. Incoming from 2044, simply responding with okay.
So that's the conversation that was occurring while that stagnant activity was happening in that Sunny Slope church area?
It falls within that time frame when we see the Nilos in that area, but it's stagnant. So it's somewhere in that general area, not leaving that immediate area, and continuous text messages back and forth between these two devices.
In the context of that last text message about returning back to base, did that coincide with movement?
The movement did return back to the Luke Air Force Base
Right.
immediately after this.
And what do we see after that?
Very quickly after that last text message, we're going to see the Nilos return back on a different route, kind of move up to the north, head back over to the west. Again, driving through the south gate, not using the Kachina gate. We get a Nilos hit there at 10:46, and on the gate entry time, it is at, with the ID card, it is at 10:48. So gate entry time and Nilos within a couple of minutes are in the same location.
So this was, again, January 12, during the daytime hours. And it was 6 days later that this same device travels to Farmington, right?
The morning of the 18th, that is correct.
Morning of the 18th, stays in Farmington for 3.5 hours or so,
Great. Three, yes,
in the area around the abduction site.
correct.
Sustain as to leading.
And then how long was it in the abduction site?
By the Nilos data, 3 hours and 31 minutes.
All right, and then we talked about just this afternoon about the return trip and how long it was in the Sunset Crater. And then it was 2 days later that the same device returned to the Sunset Crater.
That is correct.
Sustained as to leading.
When was it that the device returned to Sunset Crater?
It departed on the evening of the 21st, arrived at the Sunset Crater, and returns back to Luke Air Force Base on the morning of the 22nd.
We've been talking about how some of the Nilos, it isn't like GPS. In other words, it won't give you an exact location. You can't put someone in a room. Is that fair?
That is very fair.
Is there some type of capability on a phone that would put someone inside of a room?
If you did have any type of a report, location data coming off of a phone that was directly pulling from GPS with 1, 2, 3 meter accuracy, absolutely.
What about Google location data?
Google location data could absolutely do that. You could have that in your location report.
Have you reviewed Google location data before?
Many, many times.
How about a Google deletion record?
Once in a while, I will see a set of Google deletion reports where it shows on a specific date and time that
Check as to foundation outside the scope of this expert.
I'm laying foundation right now.
So overrule the objection, because my understanding is some more foundations coming.
That's right.
So I regularly review Google because it has geolocation data and it's directly tied to your cell phone. Your cell phone actively collects location data regardless as if you're an Android user or an iPhone user. You can have an Apple product. If you check routinely your Gmail address on that iPhone, if you're using Google Maps, many of the Google products out there, it is absolutely plausible that your iPhone could also send location data to Google. And it is assigned to and tracked by what we refer to as your identifiers. Your phone has a number in it called an IMEI, and it stands for International Mobile Equipment Identifier. And a lot of people, that's kind of a foreign thing. Like, what is this IMEI? Many people understand if you say your car has a VIN number. Most people know what that is. If you run a VIN number, as an example, in Carfax, it will tell you about that vehicle, the make, the model, what year was it made, what color was it. It's information about the vehicle. It's called a VIN number. The IMEI is like a VIN number for your phone. It's unique. Only your phone has this IMEI. And it tells you about the phone, the make, the model, what year it was manufactured, very similar to a vehicle. Google, if you're a Google customer and you have a Gmail address, Google tracks your IMEI. The IMEI will, in many cases, send location data to Google to track your patterns of life. That's how Google, as a business, makes their money. You are the business, your pattern of life for advertising purposes.
To the foundation, relevance.
Well, I'm laying foundation for this Google deletion record.
So they track your location data. Now, Google does give you the ability to go in and delete this location data under your settings. But if you do that, it will also, in some cases, generate a deletion report. This report will tell you on what day did you go into your settings and delete location data, and for how much time. You don't have to delete everything. You could delete a day's worth, a week's worth, a month, the entire duration of your Gmail account. You can go in there and manipulate that. And on occasions, I absolutely do see deletion reports for Google accounts because they're directly tied to cell phones. And in many, many cases, they attempt to get Google location data.
And that's, as you mentioned, that deletion report would be associated with a particular Gmail account. Is that right?
And tied specifically to this device, 3215, yes.
All right. Judge, permission to publish 81, which has been admitted. I'm going to plug you, Sev, 1 second. All right, this is previously admitted as Exhibit 81. All right. Sev, can you, let me zoom in that a little bit more. Sorry about that. Too much. Can you see that okay?
No, I can't.
Okay.
The one zoom in, you
One more?
if you don't mind, I can get closer, either one.
Okay, that's not working. Let me try it a different way. All right, can you see that any better?
That's better, yes.
Okay, so you were just talking about how there's a record that shows when the request for a deletion was made, and then a deletion start and end time, correct?
That is correct. In a set of Google location records that were received from Google with a search warrant, you get two different files. One is the location history, and the other one is referred to as tombstone. And if you make a deletion, it won't be, the deletion report isn't in your location Excel. They move it to the tombstone report. That's where you can find these if one exists. And they do reverse order. So the oldest set of records, in this case, would be row 12, and then they move into the future as we go higher. So instead of going oldest to newest, they go newest to oldest. So
Okay.
row 12, it was a deletion was done for this particular Gmail, on the 19th of January at UTC time at 14:29 and 11 seconds.
Let me just make sure we understand. So this Gmail account is listed up here as mgooch6666@gmail.com. So the deletion request, as you mentioned, is this first column, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so where that cursor is. So that's 7:29:11 p.m. if I'm doing the math right.
It would,
Arizona time.
yes, the deletion time local would be 7 hours to the second prior to that time. So 7:29 a.m. on the 19th.
And the requested deletion range, we see the start time is at that middle row, or excuse me, middle column.
Correct. Column B is a deletion was executed, deleting location data from 7 a.m. UTC on the 19th through 14 to that current time on the 19th UTC. If we do the math, that's deleting location data from midnight on the 19th of January through the current local time of 7:29 on the 19th.
All right. In other words, when that request was made, it was just a deletion from midnight to the time of the deletion request, right?
That is correct.
All right, let's go. So again, you said this is kind of reverse chronology. So as we go up, it's going to get, we're going to go sequential here, right? So what's the next request?
Still within that same minute of 7:29 a.m., but instead of 11 seconds, it's 18 seconds after. So we're seeing another request done, but instead of starting the deletion at midnight local time, they're backing it up even further back. So going back to 11, let's see, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, about 5 p.m.
Yeah, that's 7 hours from midnight.
7 hours back from midnight UTC time. So they just increased the amount of time being deleted.
So that's 5 p.m., but on the previous day of January 18, correct?
That would be correct, because we're looking at exactly midnight on the 19th, so we'd have to back it up 7 hours.
All right, and then it's basically a request to delete from 5 p.m. on the January 18, 2020 to the present time of the deletion request, which was the morning of January 19, right?
That is correct.
All right, let's go up to the row 10. What's the request there?
So we are now a few minutes later, so now we're at 7:31 a.m. and another deletion report, and the time just keeps increasing. So now the amount of time is getting deleted all the way back to 7 a.m. on the 18th, which would be, local time would be midnight on the 18th, all the way through, in this case, midnight on the 19th. So it says 07 a.m. 19, which would be midnight on the 19th.
All right,
So
so
midnight through midnight, 18th through the 19th, a 24-hour period.
just increasing that range a bit.
Backing it up even more, because this time it doesn't go all the way out to the current time. So there's a manipulation of dates and times, not just for the entry column, but for both columns.
Right, thank you. Row 9, what does that tell us?
So we're another minute and a half or so later, and now the deletion report is going all the way back to the 1st of January at midnight, which would be about 5 p.m. The last day of December, and going through until the 19th of January. So now we're talking a couple of months worth of deleted location, or going back to the beginning of the month.
Well, actually, look at the year.
Oh, excuse me, 1970. So going back to delete the entire account, like this count most likely did not exist in 1970, just putting in as far back of a date as possible. Max deletion, as much location data that could have ever been collected from Google for this particular account.
Okay. Going up one row to row 8.
Seconds later, same time period, so 32, but some seconds later. Repeat of that, so another deletion attempt some seconds later without manipulating those dates, keeping them the same.
And that's, again, just all data,
All
location data.
location data from January of 1970 all the way through the 19th of January 2020.
Let's go to row 7.
So on this one, we're still on the morning of the 19th. Now we're at 7:34 and doing a deletion from January 12th, 07, which would be midnight local of 2020, through January 19th, 7:34. So kind of hitting that local time again, but doing a deletion to go back to include all of the 12th as well, specifically.
So all these requests so far we've talked about all occurred within minutes of each other at around 7:30 a.m. on the 19th of January 2020, right?
From 7:29 through 7:34, multiple deletion attempts.
All right. Going up one row to row 6, what does that say?
So now we're on the 22nd. So we've jumped forward a few days. The deletion time is 08:07. So that would be shortly after midnight. We're talking, what, 1, 2, 3, just after 1 o'clock in the morning. And the deletion is specifically from midnight on the 22nd, which would be 5 p.m. on the 21st, through the current time. So deleting back from late in the afternoon on the 21st all the way up to that current time, early in the morning on the 22nd.
All right. And then the same, going up to row 5, the same date, almost the same time, another request?
Seconds later. And the times are, the initial time to start the deletion is duplicated. So again, midnight local, or excuse me, midnight UTC time on the 21st, ending this one specifically at midnight on the 22nd. So a manipulation of the times for both of them for a 24-hour period.
All right, let's go to row 4.
So this one would have been duplicated. This is another deletion attempt, but we're moving a few days into the future. Now we're on the 24th at 04:28 UTC time, and the deletion period that is trying to be deleted here is starting on midnight UTC on the 23rd of February, going up through February 24th. So a 24-hour period from 5 p.m. to 5 p.m., 23rd to the 24th.
All right, and then the final row there is row 3.
And this would be just a couple of minutes later, same date. And the deletion attempt is just backing it up from the 22nd to the 23rd. So this deleted 24 hours, and then this one's a deletion of the 24 hours before this one.
All right. So one could continue to delete their location history into perpetuity, right?
Absolutely.
Deleting, but it would just only delete the past. In other words, it could only delete a certain period of time that occurred on the phone in the past. So if you wanted to keep deleting your location history, you'd have to do it every day, or
If
Sustained.
what would you have to do to continue to delete your history?
you would have to continue to go in and delete records. So as a new day occurs, because they have an end date, so the deletion report only goes to a certain period of when the deletion range will end. If location data is collected for that Gmail after that date, it could be collected and stored, which would, if you wanted to delete that, would require another deletion. You can go back.
Right. I guess the better question would be, can you delete into the future? Delete future locations, in other words.
You can keep it from getting collected, but you can't delete into the future.
All right. All right, those are all the questions I have, Stephanie.
Good afternoon, sir. A few questions for you as well. I want to go back and just go big picture for a minute if we can. You're here primarily to tell us about location, is that right?
Mostly, yes.
You're not here to, well, within location, you've used the words breadcrumbs, in other words, a route that somebody took. Is that a fair way to phrase it?
That is correct.
You've talked about some descriptors such as general vicinity.
Correct.
Use those words.
Correct.
Sometimes you talk more precisely about vicinity. How is it that you can do that?
It depends on the NELOS and what corroborating evidence we are adding to it.
All right. So,
Sorry.
does general vicinity to you have any quantification? In other words, can you put a distance on when you use general vicinity?
Depending on which circumstance we're talking about, in some cases, yes.
Your purpose is location. Your purpose is not to describe what happened at a location. Correct, sir?
That is correct. Short of stagnant activity, but generally you are correct.
Understood. So within that understanding. So you're not here to comment on any specific activity that could have occurred at any general vicinity. Is that correct?
And that is correct. If McDonald's says you bought food at McDonald's, but I mean, that's super general. So yes.
Use that as an example. If you have some Nellos data that talks about being stagnant at that area, and even if you have a receipt that shows you bought a burger there, you can't tell us whether somebody consumed it. Is that fair?
That is 100% correct.
Same thing with gas. You might have been at a gas station. We got Nellos. We got a receipt. Doesn't mean you pumped the gas. You don't know.
Correct.
Right. So I want to talk about at the activity, at the location that you've described in Farmington, you sort of triangulated an area. You recall that, sir?
I do.
All right. So within that, I think you used the words general vicinity.
I did.
All right. Tell the jury why you used that term instead of something more specific.
Because of that grid nature that you can get your NELOS data in, that is not a 3-meter GPS hit. I can say confidently it's in the neighborhood, but I'm getting 3 of those points of that grid. So the best I can do is you're in that neighborhood for a duration of time because those hits keep repeating. But if you ask me specifically in that neighborhood, where are you? The data is not good enough to do that.
And you say that the data is good enough to put him on what you understand to be the Mennonite compound grounds.
I don't know what the compound area is at there.
Can you say more specifically, given that what you just told me, you cannot say more specifically that he was ever at the Mennonite church area?
So, okay, what's being identified as the abduction site?
Yes.
I cannot place him like physically on the property where the church is located.
Can you say he was within a half a mile?
I would have to measure it, but I think I could confidently say within half a mile.
All right. Now, sometimes we see in some of the data that's associated, on the Nellos stuff of being within 25 meters. You
Correct.
recall that?
Correct.
Can you tell us why you tell me now you could be within a half a mile, but there's this thing that says it's within 25 meters? Can you compare that for us?
Yeah. So that is just a number that's attributed to it from AT&T. AT&T is saying within 25 meters. I've never testified on anything saying that you were for sure inside that circle. The way they stagnate in an area, the relevance of 25, 50 meters is that the device has to be collecting GPS in order to get those numbers that low.
All right. Now, I want to take us from what you've just described at the Farmington location, and I want to go to the area that you've described where the body was located. All right. Now, can you tell us with any greater precision how you describe how close, if at all, Mr. Gooch's device was to the location of the body?
So in 2 regards, the only way to continue by that route past that location, you have to travel on Loop Road, and I measured the distance from where the body was found to Loop Road, and that was the 88 meters. But as far as the NELOS, the closest NELOS is those hits that we get back towards Sunset Crater, just to the east of Sunset Crater. But we're looking, I believe I measured it at 1.3 miles, I believe.
3 miles.
1.3.
1.3, I agree, that's what you said. And is that as the crow flies, or as you travel?
Oh, that's straight line distance from that particular NELOS to where the body was located.
All right. And you mentioned that was the last point. You had a point earlier than that. Did you measure the western point before you talked about doubling back? Did you measure that point?
I did not, but I could.
Would you agree that it's probably at least double, if not more than that?
It could conceivably be. It was definitely to the west of Sunset Crater before doubling back.
Now, that was the measurement that was recorded on the 18th, 19th time period. Is that correct, of January?
Correct.
Right. Now, you also tracked and took us through the breadcrumbs on the 21st, correct, sir?
Correct.
Now, same question. Can you tell us how close can you put any quantification on how close Mr. Gooch's device could have been on that location to where the body was found?
So on the way into that area by Sunset Crater, that last hit was about 9:40 p.m. And that one was just to that northeast corner of Sunset Crater. And I would have to look, but we're easily 1.3 to 1.5. I could double check if you'd like me to, but it's in that vicinity, very close to, similar to where that last one, the previous one, I was at 8.
That was my point, sir. So it is very close or similar to what you measured days before?
It will be, the patterns are very similar.
I want to talk about the trip where there is the text message about surveillance. You've described it as trips in the vicinity of some churches. You recall that on or about the 12th of January?
Correct.
All right. So can you tell us again, trying to quantify things more specifically, as to the Trinity Church, what's the closest that you can estimate Mr. Gooch's device to that church?
I could measure it for you and give you a closer example, but that one's probably close to a quarter mile, 400 meters. I would have to double check though to give you a proper answer.
Based upon the overview by Google, aren't there a number of buildings and things that surround that church area?
There are.
Same question regarding the Sunny Slope Church. Can you ballpark for us, based upon what you've determined, the proximity he had at that point?
That one's slightly different because we're getting in those 3 different stagnant locations, so it kind of directs you into a specific area, but again, within half a mile.
Again, as to any of those things, you cannot describe what activity was occurring.
Other than text message content back and forth, no.
Understood. Were you aware at the time that you got involved in this case whether Mr. Gooch engaged in any interview with law enforcement?
No.
Do you know, sitting here today, whether or not he engaged in an interview with law enforcement?
I'm not aware of any details about an interview.
So nothing that you did took into consideration, if Mr. Gooch spoke to law enforcement, what he told them about what he did and where he went?
No. As far as I know, I'm the first one to find that particular device in those cell site dumps. I believe I'm the one that discovered that and brought it up to the attention of law enforcement.
Mr. Gooch said that he went to New Mexico, went to the church area there. That would be news to you.
I just was going off the location data.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Seb, when did you tell law enforcement about, hey, here's a device that's in this area and it's at the abduction site and near the murder site?
So I advised law enforcement about the possibility that a cell site dump could help in this case because the distances are so far apart. If you did a cell site dump on 2 crime scenes that were only within a mile or 2 of each other, you've seen now how big some of those H-planes could be. How many common devices would we have within 2 miles? Hundreds to thousands. But this situation, our locations, Farmington, Four Corners, Flagstaff, Arizona, are so far apart that they can be effective. So I advised law enforcement that you should do these cell site dumps and get this area, and for all providers. And that's what was done. When I got those results back from their search warrants, directly in AT&T specifically, it only led to the single device to be in those 3 areas.
And when do you recall having that conversation?
I honestly I'd have to go back and look at my emails. I have no idea. I could tell you when I received those records to the day, but I would have to go look at my emails.
That's okay. You mentioned that there was only one unique device that was at the abduction site, at the Four Corners area, and at the body site among all providers. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay, not just AT&T, but Verizon, T-Mobile, anything.
Sprint as well.
Meeting and beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Council asked you to ballpark some stuff. I'm not going to ask you to do that. Can we go up to your diagrams again? Let's do the Kml files. I'm going to ask you to measure some stuff.
Okay.
You were asked a question about Sunset Crater area, if we can jump to that. And the closest we see that device from the body, you could draw a line there and tell us what that is.
So just for reference, this would be 1:13 a.m. on the 19th. So the device traveled past Sunset Crater, turned around. This is that kind of that return trip before it disappears for a while at 1:13. And in a straight line, that distance, and I'll put it in miles, so it'd be, you'll have to excuse me, I'm a kilometer kind of guy, so I gotta make sure I change this for you guys. We're looking at approximately 1.37 miles.
All right. Now that Nilos hit is in the middle of nowhere. Is that fair? It's not on a road, in other words.
It's being triggered from GPS or data because it's a tight radius somewhere back on, oh, excuse me, Fire Road 545, I believe is the other term for Loop Road. It's right there.
That's the one. Yep.
Right. So that device is somewhere back over here. We're just getting that grid result. So somewhere arguably on Loop Road
All right. And
area.
now measure the body from a road access point.
On Loop Road?
The closest road, whichever one.
So the only way to get where that device was here further north, down to that location, you have to drive on Loop Road. There is no other way to do it. And you're looking at approximately, for it to pass by that area, and again, oh well, let me put it in feet this time. Approximately 276 feet.
All right. Now, just because you have a Nilos hit about a mile away doesn't mean that's the only place it went or that device went, right?
The device was on its return trip back to the east, and we lose it right here. And that pattern stays the same. For both trips, it's a consistent pattern. And when it comes back here and we lose sight of it, it continues to the east. Now, how far back to the east and where in this area, I can't tell you. But it's definitely east of this location because consistently that's what happens again. Everything comes back to patterns. What does normal look like? And then what does it look like when it's not normal? So this is past this area, but exactly where in there, couldn't tell you.
So, in other words, the device, it could have been right at the body site.
Absolutely.
Is that fair?
Sure,
Okay. It may not have been, you can't say.
that is correct.
But we've heard testimony that there is no cell phone coverage at the body site. Does that have
That's
an
also
effect?
correct. That's going to have an effect, yes.
So if Detective Nagele said she was at the body site after the discovery of it, didn't have cell phone coverage, you wouldn't see if she had AT&T Nilos hits from her phone.
I would not expect to see that. The only way that could change is if you went to an area with no AT&T cell coverage, but your phone was able to roam on another network, because the backbone of the network is AT&T. We do see Nilos across the reservation, even though there's no AT&T cell sites, because Cellular One's there. And your phones will roam, a Verizon phone will roam, once you get in the middle of that reservation. And that explains why we can see it there, but there's no AT&T here. There's nothing else, the phone's not roaming, and we simply do not have Nilos.
No, we're referring to Exhibit 169, which is the Kml Files. Just want to make sure the record's clear on that. Let's go to the 12th. So the January 12th, the surveillance stuff we were talking about earlier. If you could go to that map. And specifically, let's go to the Sunny Slope area. You were showing us earlier 3 stagnant areas around the Sunny Slope Church. Can you point those out?
So those are the 3 points we're getting. It's kind of starting to give you the grid there. They're vertically separated and horizontally separated, so 1, 2, 3, which would, and during the duration of the time that it's here, over 10 minutes, those hits do bounce around. But because it kind of gives us that grid box, the device is somewhere in this area.
All right. And now, counsel asked you how far away any the closest Nilo's hit was from the church. Give us now a more exact measurement, please.
So in miles, this one clearly up on the middle of a mountain, but 0.37 miles, 0.34 miles, and 0.56. So well within half a mile to the north here, these ones would suggest a little less.
Right, and this was the church where there was that conversation about surveillance, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Let's go to the Lamp and Light area, the Farmington Church. And show us those three stagnant clusters there.
So these are the three locations. It looks somewhat similar to what we saw around Sunny Slope. We have 1, 2, and then there's a smaller third one down here. A little bit bigger radiuses. They're not staying consistently within the 25 meters on this one. Abduction site is by this church located where the yellow push pin is at.
All right, give us a measurement now from the closest Nilos to the abduction site.
We're looking at about 1/10 of a mile, 0.48, so just under a half a mile. And then the location down to the south, our grid is 0.6364, so just a little over half a mile.
Thank you. You have a moment, Judge? All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Barker. All right, do any of the jurors have a question for this witness before he's excused? All right, apparently we do. No, I asked you. So would you join me sidebar, please?
Like out the court and whatnot? Okay. Will do. The morning of. Right.
Were there any searches for Snowball on Mark's device?
Snowball?
Snowball, one word.
I thought you said snowball. I was like,
Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's my problem if I did not make it clear.
a snowball as in the ski resort? I'm assuming?
Well, again, I can't, hold on, here's the situation, sorry, let me just, I can't give you further, these are the jurors' questions, but what can happen is this, is the attorneys get to do follow-up, as does, and then we'll see if there's any more questions from the jury before they do follow-up, so I think if you're on, that's the best I can say right now.
Good, you're good, John. Not that I personally saw, no.
Were there any times Mark's phone was stagnant in Flagstaff on January 18th, 2020?
Nothing that I saw that would have been significant enough to easily detect. Not that I saw, no.
Were there any other devices that pinged off the cell towers near Sunset Crater close to the time Mark was there?
So for the cell site dump that was done in the Flagstaff area, that would include Sunset Crater and all of northern Flagstaff. So absolutely yes. There were multiple phones, hundreds in fact, but that would include all of northern and a good chunk of Flagstaff.
Can you please repeat what the acronym is for NALOS? NALOS, sorry.
Sure. So the letters are NELOS. The N stands for network. E stands for event. The LO are location, so they use two letters for the same word, so LO is location, and the S is system. So NELOS is network event location system.
What is the typical approximate, let me back up. What is the typical / approximate distance between cell towers in general?
So there isn't really an answer for that. You can get into an area, Manhattan, Miami, downtown LA, heavy urban areas, and they can be within a few hundred meters of each other. A couple of football fields within proximity, at the end of the block, that close. You can get areas of Montana where they're over 100 miles apart. It completely is dependent on the environment.
Again, I'm just reading these questions as they're written out. So, sorry to ask you to repeat if the cell phone data for the victim was last registered from the victim's cell phone.
So the last time, the best I can answer that question, the last time we see that, the victim's cell phone, it's connected to a cell site located in southwestern Colorado, all just right almost in the Four Corners area. The azimuth that it connects to is facing towards the south. So it's covering 30 miles away. It can cover all the way down to the highway. I mean, it's covering a big area out there. And it is that cell site and sector in the records, that's the last time we ever see that device. I hope that answers that question.
Did you receive confirmation that the victim's cell was not picked up from the towers in Arizona?
I would say yes. And the reason I would say yes is because the search warrant for the victim's records went well past the time frame, and that it could have been in flag, days past in fact, and we never see that device again. So according to the records that I have, the last time we see it, it's that southwestern Colorado cell site that's oriented towards the south, covering like the Four Corners area, along that area of stretch of road between Arizona and New Mexico.
How far does a single tower cover distance of radio wave?
That is actually a great question. And again, our environments, think of the environments in the United States. They're radically different. During the early part of 2020, March through June, when everything was really shut down, I trained multiple times during the month on training classes. Well, there weren't any because everything shut down. So we're still going to work. We were reviewing records and we did a lot of testing. And Arizona is a great test bed for something like that. How far away from a cell site could you be and connect to it? And we have very rural spots of Arizona. I talked about that competition between cell sites for the best quality signal. The denser the area, Phoenix, that competition's heavy. There's lots of signals. Your phone's seeing dozens of signals, and it can determine which one's number one. But as soon as you move a little bit, it could change. But when you get in rural areas, really rural areas, there's only so many options. So we found a hilltop, a mountaintop, I should say, that had a cell site on it. And we found a mountaintop that was miles away that had a perfect line of sight to that mountaintop. And we had all of our equipment out there that we can use to legally measure, can this phone see the cell site? Are they communicating? We were able to execute a phone call, a text message, and stream some video with a lot of buffering at 62 miles. It is possible, but you've got to be in a very remote area where there's no competition for it was the only quality signal. It was only one answer. We bumped out to the next mountaintop, and it was approximately about 80, 81 miles out. The device could see the cell site because cell sites typically push like 10 watts worth of power. The more watts power you push, the further you can go. Phones only send there's typically 2 wattage levels. 0.3 watts, it's very low. At best, 3 watts. So 0.3 up to 3, that's very low wattage. So the problem at 80 miles is we couldn't complete any connections. The phone could see the cell site because it's higher wattage, but nothing can get from the cell site back to the phone. So those are extremes. In the right area, Idaho, New Mexico, Colorado, you could hit 60 miles out and complete a phone call. But we've mapped a cell site over at ASU where the handoff area is less than 300 meters. That's it. That's its coverage area because it's a competitive nature. So that was a very long-winded answer, but there's no easy answer. Every environment is different. LA is heavy urban, New York City is heavy urban, but they don't function even remotely the same because one's spread out and one's built up. Even a heavy urban environment in 2 different parts of the United States is going to be different.
We're getting close on our afternoon break. You okay to go, just go a little bit more, or we can stop now? Okay. Jury doing okay? All right, we're going to take our break shortly. All right. Had you been involved with the writing of the ZET software?
So the programming language, no. If you've heard my background, I'm a bit of a knuckle dragger. I'm an operator. And I didn't have the slightest idea how to programming for software. As far as the utility nature of what the buttons that I need to see patterns, I had influence on, I needed to do this. So vision, yes, but programming, no.
What time was sunset on 1/21/2020? And also dusk/twilight?
I have no idea. I understand the question, but I don't know.
All right. We are going to, it's 3:03. Council, I think it's a good time to take our break. Well, let me just confirm. Do any jurors have any other questions of this witness? Okay. So there's no other questions for this witness from the jury. I don't see any indication there is. So,
Judge, we were just discussing, we have some follow-up, but if the court wants to take a break right now, that's fine too.
well, come on up for a moment. All right, looking out for Dahlia, looking out for the jury and everyone else. We're going to go ahead and take our afternoon recess. So we're going to be in recess 15 minutes. And remember the admonition. Please keep an open mind. Do not formulate a position. Keep an open mind about the case. Please don't form any opinions about the case. Please do not talk to anyone about the case. And do not let anyone talk to you about the case. That includes each other. All right, we're going to stand in recess 15 minutes. It's 3:05 right now. Please be seated. The record will reflect that the jury's been excused for the afternoon recess. With Dahlia's indulgence, I'd rather do it now while it's still fresh in my memory. I just want to make a record that we did a sidebar and there was agreement by counsel for both parties, so I didn't call Dahlia in, but I do want to make a record that on question, what the court's marked as jury question 64, there's 4 separate questions. Counsel for both parties objected to what was marked as questions 1 and 3 being asked, and so the court did not ask those questions. And then all of the questions on what has been marked juror question 65 were objected to by counsel for both parties, so the court did not ask those questions. And that is also true with question 66. Both attorneys for both parties objected to the question that's been marked as juror question 66, so it was not asked. All right, we stand in recess. You don't have to stick around for these. Take your breath. Oh, you have to wait, don't you? Record will reflect the presence of counsel, the defendant, and the jury. Mr. Barker, do you have any follow-up?
Thank you. Seb, I'm going to have to ask you to pull up your Kml files again in a minute. Let me first ask you about the snowball question. You said you saw nothing in the extraction, nothing that you saw referencing snowball. What about Nilos? Does any of the location data show any movement towards that direction?
Not at all.
And then you were asked a question about stagnation in Flagstaff. Could we pull that up, that area, and just do a speed time distance calculation on that? This is 169 for the record.
Okay, get dialed in here. 1 sec. Okay, so we see Nilos data approaching from the south. So this will be late morning on the 18th, the first time through this area. And as we go forward in time, we get a bit of a gap here where I don't get any direct Nilos hits inside Flagstaff. The last time we see that device is this grouping down here, 11:14 a.m., 11:14 a.m., and 11:14 a.m. So it's one of those cases, it's not stagnation, it's just three hits really, really quick. So traveling north on 17, arguably, did the device take I-40 or did it travel through town? Now, we get some hits. We don't see anything along 40 corridor. Here's that next little grid, but close to Highway 89. And our time frame's 11:24, 11:24, and we get 3 hits on this particular one, 11:25, 11:24, and 11:24. So the last one there's 11:25. If we go back and look at this grouping down here, which all had the same minute, 11:14, we're only looking about a 10-minute time period. So nothing of significance as far as like being able to pull through that area and have any kind of a significant stop. The couple of stagnant, more than one hit in that location, none of them are a duration of time, more than like a minute. So we don't, when we see stagnation and it covers 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and they keep falling on top of each other, I'm not seeing that. And this is the initial trip through. If I fast forward now, and let's see, right there, here's our trip back through. So now we're in the early AMs. That's 3:55, coming down Highway 89, there's 3:50. So 3:50, we get a grouping right here, 3:55, 3:55, 3:52. So a little bit of a gap through here, but I-40, 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 and by the time we get down to here, 4:02. So very similar time frame. We're talking at or under 10 minutes, which is a normal drive through this area. I don't get a consistent pileup. I would compare it to, as an example, if you're going to stop for gas. We saw what it looks like. That was almost a solid 10 minutes straight at the Speedway, and that just doesn't occur here. So both times through, fairly consistent from what I'm seeing.
All right, thank you. You asked a question about any phones pinging off a tower near Sunset Crater, and you referenced, yeah, there's going to be a lot, right? Because it's covering northern Flagstaff region, right?
Correct. So here's the thing. The biggest deviation, not deviation, that's not the right word, attenuation factor, that's the word I'm looking for. The biggest attenuation factor that affects not being able to get service tends to be shadowing.
There's something big in between you and those cell sites. So these cell sites in this area right here are clearly seeing this device in this area. Snowball is right here. This is the Snowball ski area, and there's only one road, the North Snowball Road, to get into that area. Now, in between Snowball and this area is a very large mountain. So we are getting significant shadowing off of that. As an example, if I was on a cell site over here, if your phone registered to cell site over here, you're going to be over here. If you were at Snowball, the cell sites would be back over here because the shadow would be too dark to have a cell site here and be able to register over here. And that would be just for a phone call. For NELOS data, if that device had gone anywhere through Flag up I-80 through Fort Valley or up to with the level of accuracy we're seeing with this NELOS, the NELOS would have been over there, and it simply isn't.
Yeah. Let me ask you a different question, though. There was a question about if there were any other cell phones hitting off a tower near Sunset Crater at or around the same time we were talking about the defendant being in that area. Can we talk about how many phones could possibly be hitting off that tower?
Yeah, so those H planes are large, and these cell sites down here that were captured around this area are servicing all of this northern section of Flagstaff here. You've got this community, Donnie Park, Donnie Park, if I'm saying that correctly. So you got all the cell phones in here. For that particular cell site dump for this area, all through kind of that area right here, there was just over 500 unique devices in that area. And you're talking thousands as an example. And Farmington is a bigger area right in that part of it. And there was thousands of unique devices, but only one across those three areas.
And that's what I want to get to. Is that why it's important to look at more than one tower to see if there's a pattern of travel?
If you don't, you're not doing due diligence. And they have to be, the areas that they do this cell site dump, they've got to be separated by some miles. If your area that you dump is area A and you do a dump on area B, if they're too close together, you saw the fight in some locations with two cell sites and it kept going back and forth. Well, if both locations are in overlapping H planes, you're going to have all kinds of common devices. They have to be so far apart that it's effective. And in this case, we get this because Farmington is miles away from the Four Corners area, which is miles and miles away from this area. So that's the significance.
And the towers we're talking about, can you be more specific? Is it just AT&T? Is it other providers?
That applies to any provider. That's just the cellular network as a general. It wouldn't matter.
And the unique device we're talking about is the defendant's device in all providers, correct?
That's correct. There's going to be unique devices between Farmington and Four Corners because there's travel through there, but none that match those two locations and all the way down to the third location down in Flagstaff. Only one across any provider.
Thank you. You were asked a question from the jury about Sasha's phone near the Four Corners area. Can we go over there and just show that area that is covering the last time we see her phone?
So that is the very last, so the second to last is there, and the very last is there. So two different cell sites, right there and right there. If we go up in this location, they're up on the sides of this high ground. There's a cell site to the west, and there's a cell site to the east. But those sectors, the azimuth line is covering down to the south, and that is the very last cell site right there at 20:58 on the 8:58 p.m.
on the evening of the 18th will be the very last connection that we ever see on Sasha's phone.
So there may be some confusion about where she could have been. I mean, theoretically, anywhere within that blue area, correct?
That is correct.
But it encompasses a highway where that other NELOS data from the defendant's phone is traveling. What's that highway there?
This is Highway 64, 160, I believe. Highway US 160, and it's 64 because it hasn't deviated yet, so it has two numbers on it. I refer to it as Highway 160.
All right. And the defendant's phone is clearly traveling along that line with
The NELOS data is right here.
within the same blue area where Sasha's phone is last seen, right?
That is correct. And on this one, it's seen within about roughly 5 minutes on the exact same cell site, same sector.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Griffin, any follow-up?
Yes, just on the area of the question regarding Snowball, did you understand that somebody was saying that they drove up to the Snowball?
No, no idea. I just heard Snowball, and I've skied there before, so I knew where it was at.
Thank you. No further questions.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, thank you.
You may be excused and you can step down. Thank you. Mr. Barker, did you have another witness?
State calls Tristan Meyer.
Come forward and we'll have you sworn in, but bailiff still needs, Mike's going to sanitize. So go ahead and look at the,
Do you solemnly swear under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
oh, let's give it a minute. Sorry, not trying to rush anybody. No rush, no rush. I mean to rush you. Remember to allow time for that. You may proceed when ready, Mr. Barker.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
State your name for the record.
My name is Detective Tristan Meyer
You're a detective with which agency?
with Coconino County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been there?
I've been with Coconino for over 13 years, been sworn as a law enforcement officer for over 10, been a detective for between 7 and 7.5
Okay, 7.5 years.
years.
All right.
Correct.
And did you assist in the investigation in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, there is what's called a lead detective or a case agent assigned to a case. Is that right?
That's correct. Yep.
That was not you in this case.
That's correct.
That would have been Detective Nagele, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you did assist in following up on leads and that sort of thing. Is that fair?
Yes, I did.
And one of the things you did, I want to talk about, is you had contact with Jeremy Levesque and also Kemper Kefley. Is that right?
Yeah, it's Jeremiah Levesque.
I'm sorry, what did I say? Jeremy?
Yeah,
Jeremiah. Thank
Jeremiah.
you. And what was the reason for your contact with Jeremiah Levesque?
The reason for my contact with Jeremiah Levesque was that Jeremiah ended up contacting his chain of command and by going through that, ended up contacting us, the sheriff's office. He wanted to report that Mark Gooch had asked him to store a firearm for him. And so that's how I got into contact with him. We were told that he was possibly holding a firearm for Mark.
All right. So did you go down to Phoenix and retrieve that firearm?
Yeah, at the time, I was already in the area, and we'd done some investigation at Luke Air Force Base prior to that. Yes, so
All right.
went down there to his residence.
And while you retrieved that firearm, did you also take photos of where it was stored and that sort of thing?
Yes, I did.
May I approach the witness? Recognize what's in those photographs.
Yes, I do recognize what's in these photographs.
Those photographs you took of the firearm and the location you found it.
Correct. And there's also a picture in there of the location of the box of ammunition as well.
Okay. Move to admit 97 through 103.
Exhibits 97 through 103 are admitted.
May I publish?
May.
Start with Detective, this is 97. It's a bit distorted in the
I'd say the frame looks a little bit wider there.
Aside from that,
So it's a picture that I took of the location of the gun that Mr. Levesque advised he was storing for Mark. It's the gun in question is the small rifle to the back. It's got wood with a silver colored barrel. So it's that one right there.
describe this, please.
That's the barrel of the gun that Mr. Levesque was holding for Mr. Gooch.
Did you take this photo in his house?
Yeah, that's the gun's lying on some packaging material, evidence packaging material. I believe it's on his Mr. Levesque's bed at that point. The reason is basically just to give it a background for the photograph, so that the photograph is a little bit clearer. Also to make sure that we're not putting the gun on anything that would transfer DNA or anything like that to it. Okay, this is also a picture I took. It's going to be the stock area, the butt and stock area of the rifle that Mr. Levesque was holding for Gooch. That's a picture of the scope that was attached to the rifle that I collected. It's a rifle that Mr. Levesque said that he was holding for Mr. Gooch.
You also talked about some ammunition. Is that also in the safe in Levesque's house?
Yes, that's a picture of it right there. It's a photo that I took. So it's a little bit difficult to see on this picture, but I'll use the laser pointer. It's that box right there. It's the one that's closest to the lip, kind of to the right side of the of that little interior box in the safe. It's a picture of the box of ammunition. I took that picture. It's a box of ammunition that Mr. Levesque said that Mr. Gooch gave to him with the rifle. So this is a picture of the ammunition. The ammunition's been removed from the box. It's kind of from the underside looking up. What you can see there is it's a little bit hard to see on this picture, but right about in the middle there, I believe it's in the second row. There's a empty shell casing there. The rest of the ammunition has live bullets in it, live rounds of ammunition. That's it right there. Correct. So maybe a better way to describe it was that there are 49 rounds of live ammunition in the internal ammunition packaging and one spent shell casing.
Retrieved that gun. I imagine you packaged it in some evidence packaging. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. May I approach the witness? Identify it, please.
Okay, so would like to make a note that it is not the packaging material that I originally packaged it in. The gun appears to be in much dirtier condition than when I packaged it, but it is the rifle that I seized at Mr. Levesque's residence that he said that he was storing for Mr. Gooch.
All right, move to admit 153.
Any objection? 153 is admitted.
Detective, are you aware that the gun was sent to the DPS crime lab and another facility for testing?
I do know that it was sent out to another facility for testing, correct?
All right. Would that possibly account for the difference in appearance?
Yes, there appears to be things written on the gun as well that weren't present when I first collected it, but that would also explain that as well.
All right, thank you. Aside from retrieving the gun, well, actually, at this point, Judge, can we publish to the jury? Just have the detective raise that up and show the jury, please. Thank you. Thank you. Aside from retrieving the gun, you also talked to Kemper Kefley, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And during that conversation, were you able to identify certain text messages sent to him from Mark Gooch?
Yes, I was.
All right. And what did you do to document those?
So Mr. Kefley allowed me to view his phone and take photographs of the text messages. Yes, it is.
I'm sorry, the exhibit number again, Mr. Barker? Thank you.
We talking about the one that says 7:25 a.m.? Okay. Yeah, so that's a text message from Mark. It says, do you want me to read it? Or okay. Hey, it looks like I can make it. Just text me when you are ready, and if I don't answer, I can't read that last one there. If I don't reply, just call. It's going to be Sunday, January 19th at 7:26 a.m.
Action record or the defendant's phone?
Yes, I have.
Were you able to verify those text messages on that same record?
I don't know if I specifically verified them on that record.
Did you see other text messages referencing giving a Mennonite a ticket?
Yes, I did.
And that was a conversation between whom?
It was a conversation, well, I believe it was a group conversation between Mark Gooch, Sam Gooch, and Jacob Gooch.
If I could have a moment, Judge.
Mr. Griffin? Any of the jurors have a question for this witness before he's excused? All right, apparently not. I don't see an indication that any of the jurors have a question for this witness. Mr. Barker, may this witness be excused? All right, you can step down, you're excused. All right, so I think it might be a good time to take a break. 7 minutes to 4, okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I just want to remind you of a few things, including the admonition again, just because it's my job to do so, but also we will not be back in court with you again until next Tuesday. As you know, we're not in trial on Mondays, so the schedule next week, again, is Tuesday through Friday of next week, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Now, once the case goes to you for deliberation, I will be talking to you more about this, but you'll set your own schedule. I do want to let you know, I've spoken to the attorneys. We are on track. They do believe we are on track to get this case to you for deliberation no later than next Friday. Please wear your masks. I just want to say, I'm sure it's difficult to do it. It would be for me to sit there as long as you have to sit there and wear your masks. But I want you to know how much we all appreciate you doing it. You're just in close proximity to each other for days on end. And I'm just doing my best. Want everyone to be safe. And that's why I'm asking you to do it. But I know it can be difficult to be in a mask all day like you are. So I just want you to know how much we appreciate it. All right. And then the admonition. Please do not talk to anyone about the case. Please do not let anyone talk to you about the case. That includes each other. Please keep an open mind about the case, and please do not form any opinions about the case. I hope you have a nice weekend and look forward to seeing you on Tuesday morning. If you could be, same schedule, if you could be in the jury rooms by 8:45 in the morning, that way, we can make sure everyone's here and try to get you in as close to 9 a.m. as possible. Have a great weekend. We stand in recess. Please be seated. The record will reflect the jury's been excused for the weekend recess. Counsel, anything you wish to put on the record or need to put on the record?
Nothing.
Okay, look forward to seeing you then on Tuesday morning, next Tuesday morning at 8:45 a.m. in case you need to put anything on the record. Thank you. Have a good weekend, everyone. We stand in recess.